Check. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. Happy Wednesday evening here in the States, at least here in North Texas, coming at you from the V1 HQ. But that's not where we are presently in the sim. We are a long way away, sitting on the ramp at Tokyo Haneda Airport right now, getting ready to fly all the way down to Kai-Tak, one of the most epic approaches of all time. Wish it was still an airport. Obviously, it's been closed for quite a long time now. I don't even think is the runway still there, or they build over it with high rises. Either way, it's one of my favorite flights to do in the sim. I said we were going to do a long haul this week from last week, and this is it. It's going to be a semi-long haul, and for us, at least for the stream, for a little over 4 hours of flight time today, and it's going to be a fun one. We'll have green dot at cruise. We'll be able to just kind of sit back and catch up and finally catch up without being rushed and all that good stuff. Talk about the freezing storm that's going to blow through North Texas here, and that's going to be spicy because I'm supposed to drive back down to training, and who knows what's going to happen. But we are back in the Jaybirds, the Japan Airlines MD11, one of my favorite liveries, even though it's all white, or mostly all white. There's just something nostalgia about it. I think it's just so cool looking, the stripe and the different little designs under the by the forward entry doors there, and then on the winglets you'll notice they vary per tail number as well. They were referenced as the Jaybirds, and as I said last time, first MD-11 have full massage seats in first class, so that was kind of what made the Jaybirds unique. So that's what is on the plate tonight. It should be a fun one. Green dot in cruise should be fun. It's going to be a good one. I've got my coffee right here. Going to probably get some tea later. I'm ready to rock and roll. So how about you guys? Fred, good to see you, man. Kate XO, good to see you. Going to be a butter and a Kai-Tak. I can feel it. Well, Kate, I really wish I would have practiced at least one or two attempts because I haven't had any practice in the Kai-Tak. This airplane on that final turn inbound is going to be, we got to be on it. We got to be on it. Hopefully the winds will play nice with us tonight, going there. We'll be able to get the IGS-13. So my Explorer has massage seats too. My goodness. Turk says, with any luck, they'll cancel your sims, get recycled, and have a few weeks less commuting. Turks, I hope so, man. That's my plan. So I have a Friday night sim at like 7 p.m. at the offsite location. So offsite, and then, bro, like, I'm supposed to leave, I really hope they cancel because wife at home, 4 kids, dogs, chickens, I would really like to. And we're up where I live, we're expecting a lot of ice. And when there's a lot of ice where I live, it's nasty. Power goes out, pipes are breaking. Today, that's all I did today. I've been outside. I've been prepping the house for a freeze and trying to set it up so my wife can be there alone with all the kids for 3, 4, 5 days. But I'm hoping, Turks, I did hear that there were some calls going out to some folks getting canceled, so we shall see. But you get ice in Texas? Oh yeah, dude, we get ice. We get ice and snow. I'm literally on the border of Oklahoma and Texas. So it's where I live. We typically get one snow/ice storm, 1 or 2 a year. This one seems to be probably the third biggest. We had the giant one in 2021, and then we had another one a couple of years ago that was a few days, and then this one is supposed to be a little less than that, but makes driving not enjoyable. But enough of that. And here's the thing. It's 70 degrees right now, so I'm wearing shorts, flip-flops, and a fishing shirt. I actually went fishing earlier. And it's 70 degrees today, and we're going to be below freezing for, I think, 4 days. So rip for our GMT 0 and +2 watchers. We'll watch the replay. What's up, Juhan? I know. Sorry, man. It's a late window. This is the late window. I tried to kind of balance it between super late and early. I didn't want, because I want to do a night. I think we should just go Kai-Tak straight night approach. What do you guys think? Like, let's just let the sun fall. I fast forward the sim time. I know there's quite a few people following along on Iveo today, which is awesome. If you want to match your sim time up, I basically wound this back. So it was I started the stream at 1600 local. So it's 1605 in the sim with live weather. So it's 4:05 p.m. local time here in Tokyo. So that should set us up for around an 8 p.m.-ish arrival into Kai-Tak. So who's ready to rock and roll, get this thing fired up? I know I am. Man, FT Sim. Can we get an FT Sim sound pack for this? I love this airplane. There's some downfalls. There's some little quirks, but I love the MD-11. I love having it in 2024. I really would love to see some enhancements to the sounds, if anything. But let's go ahead and fire it up. Nabil in the house. What's going on, my man? Good to see you. Look, we got another MD11 back there as well. I did see a couple of you all. I saw an MD11 there. I saw like a 380 over here. There's an ANA. Or there was an ANA 380. American 76 over there. Very cool. Right. Mic check. Mic check. But anyway, let's reset and hop into the airplane and rock and roll. We got ourselves a good one tonight. This is the longest flight I've taken the TFDi on, so it should be exciting. Make sure the sim sounds are all the way up. Here we go. Is this worth the buy, Mick? It's expensive, my man. I tell you that. It's expensive, but if you love tri-holers, you're probably gonna enjoy it, man. There's some quirks that I think will be patched in the future. I'm hoping. Let's go ahead and get external power connected. Now I'm having an issue. Why is my Mobi flight not connecting my panels? It'd be really sad. But if you like the tri-holer experience, man, it's just so unique. It's a challenge, you know. 727-100 is now the best three-holer. Team Vodka, you really liking that? You really liking the 727-100? I might have to take a look at that one. Let's go ahead and turn up the overhead here, get some juice going. All right, we'll get ADIRS 1 into alignment. I agree, John. The cockpit is gray. There's a lot of gray vibing, but that's why I like the sunset here. We'll get 1, 2, and aux nav. We'll throw the Yammer power on because we're going to have the background lighting, and it actually looks pretty good lit up at night. So we'll have that going for us. We'll get the nav light on. We'll get the logo light on the tail. Let's get the emergency exit lights armed. We're going to set the hydraulic pressure system test into test mode. Let's go ahead and run an engine fire APU test. That looks good. Engine fire. And then we'll go down here. Now, be real quick, I have FMC. Okay, so my FMC's working. I got to figure out why my PAP3 panel is not lighting up here. Give me a second. It's like it's not even plugged in. Hold on. Give me a second, chat. What's going on with that? Why would it not? Weird. Well. I guess I'll leave it for now. I'm not sure why my autopilot panel won't turn on. That's going to be kind of sad. K6, my man. Appreciate the $5 super chat. I was just going to talk about my last real experience, but it's a family show. Oh, dear God. K6, thanks for the $5 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Yes, this is a family show, my friend. This is a family show. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Welcome aboard, man. Team Vodka said it's a big Learjet. Really? The 100? You like it that much, Vodka, huh? There might be something to it. We may have to take a look into it. Let's go down here. Let's get the rest of our panel lighting on. We're squawking 2000. Let's go ahead and send FMC to flight plan. And then, or send flight plan to FMC. And I need to... What if I just stop all those? Oh, this is so frustrating. Because I had the MD11 working perfectly. I didn't save the profile right or something. Dude, flying without our autopilot panel is super sad. What if I do an unplug replug real quick? There we go. Plug it back in. See what happens. I'm hearing things. At least it's lit up now. Alright, let's come down here and plug away at this. I knew Moby Flight was not the way to go. Such a pain. Synap Pro is where it's at, chat. Synap Pro is where it is at. Alright, now at least I have my FMC working. So we'll have to go from there. Alright, we have flight number JAL 357. Let's plug you in here. Let's get the programming going. It is nice having the 747 autopilot panel for this. Cost index tonight, let's go 88, get us started. It's going to burn a little bit of gas. Initial cruise altitude was 26. I think we have to step climb it. So we'll set 260 initially. Now we are taking a full load of cargo. So I've maxed out the cargo and the payload. So we're going to be about 1,000 pounds below max landing weight when we get into Kai-Tak. All right, the alternate, we actually have one filed if I'm not mistaken. The alternate tonight is, where is that? ZGGG. What airport is that? Z triple golf. Alright, that looks good. Next page. Oh, hold on. Initialize IRS. There we go. And then we'll go down. Let's see. No, initialize. Next page. Position right. There we go. That's the page I wanted. Alright, we're going to send our fuel and weights all into that. So we're going to set payload and fuel. Again, EFB, I really wish we had a loading time. You know, give us a couple minutes or so. We're going to verify our weights here. So let's go ahead and get our block fuel on board. 108.2. 507 takeoff gross weight. I'm verifying with my paper. 507, estimated 506. So we're 1,000 over planned. But we're below max by another 100. We're significantly below max, so that's good. Man, the max takeoff thing, at least according to SimBrief, this may not be accurate, but it's TFDi profile. Max takeoff weight, 625,500 pounds. That's a lot. That's a lot for that. 22.2, zero fuel weight CG of 23.4. That looks good. Okay. Let's move on over here to the next page. We're going to skip the fuel dipstick, so that's fine. Let's go to perf. And before we do perf, we're going to get into takeoff approach. No, flight plan page is what we want. All right, I'm going to plan runway 34 left. So from RJTT, winds are 340. They're out of the north right now. I guess I didn't bind these buttons. Winds are out of the north, so we're going to plan 34 right. Excuse me, I'm closer to 34 right. Our departure SID is the OPAR 4. We'll insert that, OPAR 4. And then going all the way down after OPAR to Toga. Take a look. Yep. And then from there we go right into that. So we can delete that disco. That looks good. All the way down. And we can preemptively load the IGS-13, which is nice. So we'll come all the way down here to Kai-Tak. We'll select VHHX. Let's go to the star. IGS-13. And our min profile altitude is actually going to be 2,500 feet. So we're going to need min profile descent to 2,500. Let's see, we didn't have a star. We did not have a star. So IGS-13. Verify with my flight plan. Koshi. Oh, the Mago 3. 1. Nope. But we're on the IGS-13. So what would that be? Let me make a quick edit. If we're gonna land IGS 13, it'd be the Mago 13. That's what we want. So we'll scroll down. I don't see a Mago 13. That's, oh, it's above it. Mago 13. And I believe we're coming off of the Ilato intersection. We are Ilato. Alright, not allowed. It is now. Insert that. I'll get rid of that. Insert new. Legs page. Alright, let's take a look at this. Into plan mode. Let's increase the range. Right about there. And then let's go ahead and step through this. So, all the way out. OPAR. Pretty nice flight. Where is our step climb altitude? Welcome to Japan. Have a safe flight. Thank you, man. Appreciate your support. Where is our step climb at? We have a step at Koshi, up to 360. So, is there a step climb option at Koshi? Koshi. Altitude at or above. Flight level 340. It won't let me put in step climb. Let me just put in 340. And climb at altitude 340. Cool. Alright. There's Koshi at 340, all the way into Hong Kong tonight. A lot of fixes. A lot of fixes for Green Dot. Alright, there's Gulf. There's the IGS 13 out to the mist and hold. Absolutely fantastic. Alright, that is good. I'm happy with you. Let's put you back on map mode. And I'm going to spin up the APU. Actually, we have, let's get the APU cooking. Right here, and while that's cooking, I'm going to try to figure out what's going on with my autopilot panel. Al W, what's up, my man? Good to see you. Says DFW winter grocery hoarding hunt active. It is indeed, man. I had to go into Walmart today. It was scary, dude. Scary. Did an update to my why wouldn't this work, man? It's so sad. It's just the autopilot panel does not want to work. That's the most important thing on this airplane. It's crucial. Absolutely crucial. I'm gonna try. Got the devices, pilot autopilot panel, controller. Well, we gotta fly it the old school way, twisting our mouse around. Are you using Moby Flight? I am, Toothco. I am. BKG Blueface, thanks for the 30 months of support. He says, what's up, V1? Heard we're supposed to get some snow in the south. They already canceled my daughter's cheer competition. Stay safe. Ooh, BKG. My man. Yeah, it's, we are getting some snow up here where we are as well. So stay safe out there as well, BKG. Thanks for the support, my man. Appreciate you. All right, we'll go ahead and connect that and get the no smoking on. Fasten seatbelts coming on. We'll finish up the perf here. Autopilots for pilots can't fly. I know, but it's just, it's a problem. Tuka says that issue 2, you have to go to the profile, double click on each row to select the right output. Really? Is that like a new thing? Because it was working just fine. Double click on each row? What are you talking about? Push for nav. Weird. Why would it do that? It never used to do that. Alright, well, I guess it's cooked, and I guess we'll just leave it. We'll finish up the rest of this. Let's get our perf going. Takeoff approach. We're going to do flap. Let's use an intermediate. Let's use flap 17. I want to use flap 17. Alright, let's run some perf data. Alright, RJTT will get the weather information, get the takeoff weight, specific flaps.
I need a traffic air system 621 heavy.
I took care of it when I was at cruise last night. Really? You have to. So I did that Tootco for the keypad. I had to set my keypad up by clicking on each one to get the registration. But the autopilot panel, I downloaded a profile before it. It worked just fine out of the box. I don't know why it stopped working now. That scared me. There's an exam starting at Brazil. All right, we got these speeds here. Flap 17. Let me calculate one more time with flap 17. All right, 4361.71. VCL of 256, flap 17. A slope of 0. Outside air temperature is 1C. All right, that checks. So VCL 256. 256 is, oh my gosh, this is going to make me not want to fly this airplane. 256 set initial altitude. Don't have anybody online, but we're going up to, what do we say, 24 first? 26 first, 26,000 feet. 26 is set. Runway heading will be 340. 340. We got power up here. Let's go ahead and disconnect from you. We got air. Everything looks good up top. And we'll just squawk 2000, throw you on TARA, double check the perf, that looks good. We'll leave you right there. I'll put you on flight plan page. Be careful as there's a pushback lane. All right, we'll have to do our best. All right, so what is our trim going to be? 6.7. Run that trim back, 6.7. Really? That seems right on the verge of out of green. All right, 6.7 is set. Box hydraulic pump is coming off. Let's get ready to give him a call. The Tokyo traffic expand now 357 heavy, getting ready to push back 844, planning 34 right. All right, so we're pretty much done with all this. Why is everybody calling me right now? All right. We'll hide the iPad. 29er. Oh, shoot. I need the iPad back. We need a call for doors. Cerviches. Close you up. Disconnect. Remove you. Feels retro even with the glass. I love this bird. It really does, Jeff. It really does, man. Oh, my goodness. Look at that absolute beauty right there. Let's throw the beacon on. Why does AP power still show? Oh, that's APU power. APU power, good. APU power and air is all set. Tests are complete. We are ready for pushback. We're going to use System A today. Forgot to do a test of CVR. We did that. That all looks good. SAS is on. Defog is on. Ready to go. All right. Fuel reset. We'll reset that even though we had a few 100 pounds burn with the APU. All right. Cockpit to ground. Brakes released. Commence pushback. Why is the speed bug 256? That is the VCL. That's min clean speed. Who makes the RGTT? This is all default, Night Shadow. Microsoft 2024. All default. All default, my friend. There's a payware Tokyo and Kitec. Or not payware, it's a freeware, but I guess what do you call it? Handcrafted. We're rocking Pratt & Whitney's because that's what the J-boards are. I don't think there's, I'll be honest with you, is there even a sound difference between the Pratt & Whitney's and the other ones? They all sound the same to me. All right, we're going to start. Let's see, it's the 27th. We'll use Ignition B today. Packs cut out. Cockpit around, you're clear to start engine 3. Starting engine 3. So mid. Michael J, what's up, man? Yeah, the stores in DFW have been packed, man, for sure. Up and down, push complete, set brakes. Brakes set, clear disconnect, show me the pin out front. We're going to start engine 1. They're moving. Is it on? Mickey G? I know it, dude, right? Fuel. Light off. Yeah, there is like essentially 0 startup sounds on these engines. What's going on? That's max volume too. All right, we got 2. Let's get number 2 cooking. Yeah, the mango, man. We need the mango sounds for sure. Mango's pretty good on X-2012. Alright, good start on 3. I am... I was still trying to fix the autopilot panel, but it's still nothing. Absolutely nothing. Even if I hit, like it says, wing PAP 3, open controller settings. May have just crashed it. Yeah, Mobi flight controller. Just quit. Just quit Mobi flight. Well, I know what you have to do, Tutco, but I don't know why I'd have to do that again. I've already set it up and saved it, you know. All right, we got 3 good starts. Let's go ahead and on the speed brakes. We're going to set flaps 17. Dial of flaps selected. Flight controls. There goes that 7.6. We have no flap sounds either in this airplane. How did they let this out of the factory with such sound issues? All right, 22.8 is up. Kaita, or excuse me, Tokyo traffic. Japan Air 357 taxi 34 right. All right, so 256 340 260 is set. APU power's coming off. APU air's off. APU power's coming off. Taxi lights coming on. Brakes released. But we still have a config light. Auto brake. There she goes. Should get a disarm light. There we go. All right, we're cooking.
Traffic, like Bravo 2013 heavy texting.
Look at there's a freaking Concorde taxing out there. Where's the PMDG level of outrage? I know, man. I know it. All right, there's Lufthansa cargo off our right, so we're going to go past him. So.
Native traffic on the phone 646 Super. Jackie for right Echo 8 Charlie
Vodka's in
behind
it.
the fast thing.
Wow, who's in the Concorde? That's sporty.
It's going to be an interesting series of approaches.
It's yeah, Magnum dongle. Something got jacked up, I think, when they updated it. Or maybe they just don't care about the Pratts. Yeah, 380 into Kitech ought to be interesting, too. Echo 19 gave a preview of the updated sounds? When? How do you release the airplane without updated sounds? That's my thing. All right, we're ready to go, though. We got to hang on to this one because it's going to be tight. So let me verify. 256 is set. Takeoff clamp. We're actually going to be nav off the ground, so that's set. Don't worry about that. So we're nav off the ground, 260, profile armed, and then we'll auto flight blast off when we line up and wait. So yeah, we are set up. Look at that MD11. Lufthansa looking good too. They'll release a new sound about 4 to 16 months. Yeah, for $5. Where's the outrage? I'd rather pay $30 and have good sounds than a cup of coffee and have anemic sounds. Is Iveo better than VATSIM? It is to me, because we're not banned on VATSIM. I forgot all about it. Vodka was like, yeah, you should throw up the standard Iveo. Doesn't want to fly along, so why not? I love that spoiler. Look at that. Yeah, what it sounds like to me is there's one engine sound and it's just like 3x. It's just times 3. And it's very hollow sounding. Alright. Check our transponder. TA-RA 2000. We're on 22.8. Flaps are set. That's all set. Takeoff config switch in here somewhere, isn't there? It's config. Configuration. Engine? I don't know. We're good. Uh-oh, did I miss my turn? I did, almost, right here. The winglet seems very 1990s. It is, man, dude. The Jaybird liveries, this guy did awesome. He did the whole fleet pack. I think there's like 6 or 7 different tail numbers, and they all have different designs. So you'll see the birds here are different on the winglet, and they're all named and everything. Did a great job on the on this livery. It would be times 2 or times 4. Oh, that's true. Because there's only 3 of them. You know what I mean. Alright, I think we are... Oh wow, we're holding up the line. Let's go. Toga traffic, Japan 357, heading departing runway 34, right? It's good. You want me to go first. That way we can see this Super and Concorde try to get in. Alright, here we go. Let's light them up. This should be fun. Alright, net lights are coming on. High and nits are coming on. Landing to taxi. Or taxi to landing. Wait, traffic on 3-4 left. Okay, KLM is on 3-4 left. We're on 3-4 right. Control C, Control V sounds. Amen to that, dude. What a lineup, huh? We got a Tri-Holer, a 380, and a Concorde, man. Not to mention, what was it? I think Zippy was in a 7.6 or a A300. This is a sweet departure, though, right towards the city. Next time come to Japan, I'd like to ATC if I can. Absolutely, man. If you are you on Ivea? What are you on? What control? What do you network do you control on? We had a controller last time. It was pretty awesome coming in here. Oh, I ran out of juice here. Come on. All right, we are set. Runway heading checks. Let's go flying. Smash down that like button. Yogers in chat. Spool them up. Here we go. Yoga.
Here, traffic Speedbird Concorde 4 running up 34 right.
Speedbird Concorde 4. Got 1.67 on the Ebers. V1.
Overnight on that.
Rotate. Positive. Right here. Fly with. Actually rotated pretty nice with that trim set. Oh, that is stunning. Got a great airport scenery too for free. Handcrafted, I believe. All right, we're pitched. Nav 1. A little bit. Put that trim down just a little bit. All right, here comes acceleration out too below the nose. Flaps to the slat speed. Are you not coming up? There it is.
Stabilizer motion.
That that freaking VLS is going to come up to get us here in the turn. Slats are still out. We're looking good.
Yeah, traffic speedbird Concourse 4 departing runway 34 right heading.
Surely he's not going to Kai-Tak, right? Two killings for $2 super chat man, tri-hull Concord and a 380 on a taxiway. Agreed. Thanks, Tootco. Once we get green slat traction, we'll get the slats in. Look for high speed climb out. There's SR, slats are coming up. There's afterburner on the takeoff. Did you actually see it, Vodka? That's insane. Haneda traffic, Japan Air 357. They've got a 5,100 on the OPAR 4. Last call, Haneda. All right, let's do an after takeoff checklist. Gear is up. Auto brake is off.
Haneda on the phone 646 super line up 34 right. Up.
He sounds way too excited for this. Blue flames too? Oh, that's awesome. I kind of wish the Concorde went in front of us now. All right, we're 256 pitching, nav 1, climb thrust to 260. We're going to hand fly this one for a minute. I'm surprised Gus isn't with us tonight. He's all jazzed about his Kai-Tak and X-Plane 12. There's a 250 knot speed restriction. Oh, that's what it is up here. Interesting. So we're right on the maneuvering limit. Just going to maintain 256 right there. He'll be passing you, so we'll see it anyway. Yeah, I know. I want to see it. Does the GE sound better than the Pratt? I did my first flight, and Pratt & Whitney's are terrible. Yeah, the Pratt & Whitney's pretty terrible, man. This is a Pratt & Whitney engine right here. Had I known that they were this bad and the GEs had any improvement. Here's the thing, though. I thought I did a test flight in the GE, and I didn't think it was that much better, to be honest with you. I didn't notice much of a difference. But
Haneda on the phone 646 super departing 34 right east departure.
is a fuel dump animated on the Concorde? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know, actually. All right, now let's go ahead and lower the nose. We're going to pitch for 310 knots. 310 knots now, out of 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and kill the landing lights. We'll kill the retracts. Right into the sun. She does hand fly quite nice, I gotta say. I enjoy hand flying this airplane. I am a little bit suspect at how my trim runs all the way to 0.2. I think that might be a force feedback thing. I think that might be a force feedback thing. I'll turn the sim down just a little bit here so we can hear ourselves think. Say goodbye to Haneda. We got 380 on the departure down there somewhere. Man, look at that city. I still want to do, after coming in here in the daytime and departing at sunset, what's happening here? That's the LSAS moving the trim on me, I think. I do want to come into Tokyo at night. I think that would be awesome. It's definitely the LSAS moving the trim on me. I might have to see if we can get our auto flight engaged. Auto flight's engaged. Let's let it get back synced up there. We'll enjoy some of these wing views here because we're not going to be seeing much once the sun goes down. Yeah, this was default Haneda, man. So this whole stream is kind of a unintentional showcase of how the default 2024 is actually pretty nice. We have the handcrafted Tokyo, and we're going into a handcrafted Kai Tak. All default, no mods other than the airplane. I love the vocal alerts. Yeah, the Betty.
Data traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 2014, heavy departing of front.
Ooh, Lufthansa Cargo MD11. Pardon. Stabilizer motion, yeah, anytime the trim is running stabilizer motion, well, it's actually not anytime it's running, it's when it moves it. I forget how much it has to move, and then it will, a couple of seconds, and then the Betty goes off. Because there's no visual cue, So you gotta have an audible. Like in the 7.3, I actually really love that trim wheel zipping sound. I've grown to really like it. You saw a Caravelle take off in 1976, unforgettable? Man. I bet it wasn't. Alright, let's go ahead and make sure we are still cooking. We're out of 18. We'll set standard 2.9 or 9 or 2. Let's take a look at our perf performance here. We got any optimum 340, so let's quit messing around. Let's go ahead and jump up there right now. 340. And we'll push it. Nope. Pull it. Nope. See, I don't know how to do it without my FCU. Alright, 240. Climb thrust 240 is set. We're going up to flight level 240. Let's go to our init and recruise us there. Or, shoot, 340. Alright, 340 there and 340 here. Climb thrust 340 is set. Lights are off. Out of 18. Smoke them if you got them. Logo. We'll keep the logo light on because we like logo lights. Get the turn off lights off. We are cooking right now. Taking a look at our stab. Still way forward. CG's 28. Let's take a look at the fuel page here real quick. So our trim tank, range of 2. A trim tank on this is our trim tank right here, isn't it?
Haneda traffic, Lufthansa Cargo 2014, passing 3000, climbing 728, your last call, Haneda.
Hydraulics. Just verifying everything looks good. Anything miscellaneous? Nope. Alright, we'll keep you on the engine page. Get settled in for the night. Boeing trim wheel sound is goated. It is pretty nice, Mickey G. So Mickey G, in my brief experience in the with the trim wheel so far, I found that I feel like the trim wheel in the real thing is a little bit bassier than what we have seen on, or what we have heard rather, on all of our 7.3s in the sim. Do you agree? I don't know. When I was listening to it spinning, it almost seemed more bassy. But just a small observation. Where is the panel light? Oh, that's actually going to be up here. For when the sun sets, we need to bring our. We have a sunshade we can bring over. Got this sunshade. No sunshade up here. Here's the handle. Condition air off on. Wow, I'm kind of surprised we can't bring this one over. Oh, we can. There we go. It's on the track. Okay, there we go. That's what we want to see right there. That's how it is in the 707 too, Mickey G. A little more bass to it. I'm gonna get a recording, send it to Boris, be like, hey man, I love your sounds are goated, but I think your trim wheel's a little too thin. Have you done any manual trimming with a retractable handle on the trim wheel yet? Stow it before using that trim so you don't hit yourself in the sim. Trust me, it hurts. I have heard that, Mickey G. I've definitely heard that is a pain. I haven't done the official trim runaway stuff. So, what I don't want to say I'm looking forward to, but what's interesting and I think is good training is we will actually, so I go through all my sim training, I've got a couple weeks left. At the end of training, for me specifically, I have to do 2 additional things. So after I get typed, I have 2 additional training events. One is for lat terrain qualifications and max qualification. And it's kind of interesting that the max is after the type rating, but the way it shows on my training schedule, that's how it is. The additional, well, I guess it's additional max training because I am training on the max, side by side. One day we're in the NG, the next day we're in the max, so I am getting exposure to both. But there is a dedicated max day at the conclusion of training, and I guess we run both max profiles, both sim profiles for the 2 crashes that happened. Same altitudes and things like that, so you kind of see what those guys were up against. Now, I haven't done it yet, but I'm kind of interested to see. I did get to we did have some spare time the other day, and we did start messing with that, with manual trim and jammed flight controls. But I will be particularly interested when I go into the sim for max advanced qualification, I guess you can call it. We do those profiles. It still blows my mind, man. That Boeing. I mean, even both of my instructors that I had when we start talking about the max and stuff. And if you missed it on the last stream, the last instructor I had when I finished up my procedures validation and systems validation, which is the little bit of a relief, get all the system study out. I already took the test, got a 95 on it. One of the sharpest dudes definitely the sharpest dude in the room, but I'd argue he's probably the smartest guy in the building at any given time. And he was a 20-year test pilot, 20-year Air Force guy, worked for Bombardier, engineer rather. So he's an engineer and a pilot, super smart. And he said the same thing. It's like Boeing got away with murder. Just absolutely got away with murder. We are going to watch a Green Dot tonight, which is going to be an interesting one. I haven't seen it, but I picked it because it's a 737, and I figured since we're in the 737 training cycle right now, we should do it. It was actually his latest one, which I have not watched. It's going to be Who's Really in Control, the Mystery of Flight 604. I figure since we have plenty of time in cruise, we got a 32-minute Green Dot will break down. That'll probably take a good hour and a half, and might break for a little tea around to that midway point, but that is the plan. Look off my right. What do we got? Don't see anybody off my right. Don't see anybody yet. That's a scary one. You didn't watch it till just fully, so we do it tonight. Yeah, that's one we're going to do tonight. Fax, what's up, man? Good evening. What's yoke quadrant? That looks amazing. So this is the Brunner force feedback yoke, and the throttle quadrant I'm using is actually the Honeycomb Bravo, but I'm using 727 levers from Blackbird Controls. These are the Blackbird control throttle mods for the 727, and then I have a couple additional levers that I had from another dev. That I bought an MD11 set, over a year ago now. Whenever the first TFDi MD11 released, when the TFDi released in 2020, I bought an MD11 set off Etsy. Can't remember which guy it was, or gal, which company rather. And it was the quality was terrible for the throttles, but I did enjoy the speed, the flap lever here and the speed brake. So these are somebody I got off Etsy. I trashed their throttles because they were absolutely garbage. Were definitely not worth the money. The 727 levers from Blackbird Controls, probably one of the best things you can buy for your Honeycomb Bravo. Is that Mount Fuji? off to right. But yeah, that's what I'm rocking there. It's on my Bravo. What mountain is that? Is that Fuji? Yeah, we might have some pretty good views tonight. I think we're leveling at flight level 340. Optimum is 340. Cruising at 340 for right now. Let's go to perf. And we're not going to do 82. We are planned at 86. I don't know if we can do 86 at this altitude. Let's see. Not allowed. How about 84? Not allowed. Really? I thought you were faster than that. 83? Really? Manually selected. Good. Any idea when you'll be hitting the line reserve in your case? Yeah, Aviator Trav. I'm guessing sometime in February. Make sure I didn't get a spam call for. Thought I had a call from training department saying, "Hey, your sims are canceled this weekend." But yeah, probably February is my plan. Is my thoughts. Not my plan. It's my thought. Finish up training second week February. External sound don't do it for you. Diabetic lad. The sounds in general don't do it for me. Sounds are quite terrible if I'm being completely honest. I kind of wish I harped on it more before it released. Well, I said before it released, but I didn't have it before it released. Now that's a beautiful view right there. Let's get some of that tri-jet tail action here for a minute. Like I said, we gotta. Alright, let's get a Japanese. What? Korean jazz? No, I can't do Korean jazz. Is there Japanese jazz? Japanese jazz music. How about Japanese classical music? Just get us started here for the night. Alright, we'll get you locked in. We don't need any of these cams anymore since Moby Flight is dead to me. Alright, we're going to skip this song. Some meditation music. Japanese city pop, huh? Let me see. Well, I don't think that's what you were going for, is it? Man, those are beautiful mountains down there. Let me look where we're at on Volanta here. I'm eagerly waiting the 737-600 for 2024. Hopefully January window happens. I hope so too, man. I hope so too. Alright, so... Oh yeah, we are... Mount... Oriuso? Yeah, that was Mount Fuji off the right. Back there. That was Mount Fuji. I'm just looking at our tracker here, make sure we're all set up. So we're gonna go over Mount Haraji, and then we're going, I'm really butchering these names, Toyokawa, across this bay, the Mikawa Bay, and we're gonna fly. Ooh, we'll be able to see, what is this? Centrar, Chubu Centrar, RJGG. Basically going down the southeastern coastline here of Japan. Then over Kagoshima, Koshi. And then we'll be out over the East China Sea. Wow, I could see that Concorde's already passing us. It's already past us. He's already 47,000 feet and past us. Speedbird 4. Wow. All right. Beautiful. Gustav Hoist composed the Japanese suite. He's pretty good, really. Gustav Hoist. Suddenly I'm playing BF2. Zippy, Battlefield 2 is goated, man. Battlefield 2, goated. V1, I'm 28 and a professional musician. One day I hope to get my PPL. Do you think I'm in the game? I'm late in the game trying to go for something like that, or would I have to give up being a musician? Well, no, it's never too late to go get your PPL, man. If you just want to go, is that like that the goal? Get the PPL, do some flying, maybe get an airplane in the future. If that's the goal, it's never too late for that, man. If you want to get to the airline world, that might be a little bit different. You know, the airline world right now it's pretty wild. They had the wave, everyone calls it the wave, 2021, 2022. That's where the bulk of hiring has been done. There's still a decent amount of hiring to be had, but I don't think you'll ever see it like we saw a couple of years ago. I don't think that'll ever happen again. But it's never too late to just go and do some flying. But you got to remember, there's so much more to aviation. What? We're back? I didn't lose anything. That must have straight up been a YouTube thing. Because there's nothing on my end. If you can, there's a lot of corporate opportunities. There's cargo opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities, especially in the United States, North America per se, that really aren't very popular abroad, like in Europe. I hear it's a little bit different. You know, they have GA, but it's not like here. Big buffer spike? Golly. Hopefully the storm isn't hitting just yet. I think that was straight up a YouTube thing, though, because like I said, there was no errors on my end. Leisure opportunities, which is money, which is a money sink hole, but fun. That is true. It is expensive. It is expensive. If you don't want to be a professional pilot, it's expensive, and to get a PPL, most people get it late. I'm getting it at 33. Yep. AJ Fernardi's in the house. What's up, man? Find a AT-15 in Antarctica. Ooh, nice. 25 says, I'll give you this advice. Flying people around GA is much harder than you think. It's a tough way to travel for passengers unless you have a very expensive airplane. That is true. Cam MD11, what's going on, man? Cam, are you all about the TFDi MD11? What do you think, bud? Are the sounds a letdown for you as they are for me? Because I am, man, Pratt & Whitney just, this is what's, it's, I'd almost rather the plane just be terrible, because when you have a really good airplane and the sounds let you down, for me, it crushes my desire to fly it, even though the airplane is so good and I really love something unique. I'm so tired of flying twin-engine jets in the simulator. But when the sounds are a miss, it's like, oh, come on, man. Even $1 million airplanes can barely take 4 adults and bags reliably. True. Well, private pilot, PPL flying, I mean, you're not going to be transporting. You can't make money with a PPL. You have to go get your commercial license, number one. But yeah, you're not going to make money doing it, that's for sure. BF2 was the GOAT. Music is very nice going in this. Oh, yeah. Pinks. Yeah. Yeah. It was the GOAT. Yeah, going into the Sakura Pink Sunset, Zippy. That's a sick view right there. Beautiful. Nope, Tech, you did not miss the green dot video, man. I'm taking a look at the vertical stream and the tracker. We're probably going to kick off green dot once we hit the the East China Sea. That's when we're going to green dot through the East China Sea, and then we'll take a lav break once we probably get close to Taipei, and then we'll be setting up for the approach in the Kai-Tak tonight. But it's just been, I feel like any stream I've done in the past, month has been, oh, let's get it in quick. Let's hurry. I'm just going to sit back and relax and chill on this one for a little bit. No default sound is ever good, but I tell you that the 777 freighter has won you over? My goodness, I did not expect that, Gam. I did not expect that. 777 freighter, huh? These are 4 points that require sounds, visual system depth, and good flight physics. Yes. For me, sounds are just as important as the system's depth. I mean, if you have a phenomenal sound pack and a really lightly simulated airplane, I feel like you could still have fun in it. Now, will you have more fun in an airplane that is much more simulated, a much deeper level of simulation and awesome sounds? Of course you will, and that's what I prefer. But all I was saying is, if you had to choose, I mean, the sounds can make such a big difference. I've watched them start the GE90s right in front of me, where. Oh yeah, goosebumps every time. Absolutely, Cam, absolutely. Alex, yeah, that's where you're at right now. The MD looks great, but the sounds are a punch in the throat. I was going to do subsonic till the ocean in the Concorde for realism's sakes, but after I did some fuel calculations, I'd run out of gas in the middle. So he's out of here. The Concorde is out of here. Oh, wow. Hold on. We gotta get outside view, guys. What are we? Nope. Oh, this is a depressing song. What is a Shades of Tokyo? This is a perfect song. I mean, that's a vibe right there. That is a vibe stream right there. Jaybird, Japan Airlines, the pink sunset. That's so cool. Love it. Good afternoon. Still not comfortable sitting on the right side. Rough landings, I'm more comfortable with it. The problem is with Flight Sim, with my streaming setup, I have everything set up for right-hand throttles. So I would have to move my microphone. I'd have to move everything. And it would only be for the 7.3, which, you know, I figure I'll just keep I'll keep my left, all would have to be flipped to the other side. I'm just wondering if you have said, let's go stream on the real sim yet. Does it slip? No. Nah. How difficult has it been to learn and deal with the failures on the 737? So far, Thrussat, not bad, man. Now ask me in another week. So this week coming up is we're going to get heavy into single engine stuff. The failures I've dealt with now have been pretty, I say benign, but we haven't shut down, we haven't done any engines shutting down except one time. But this week coming up will be focused pretty much extensively on that. But the failures, I mean, you know, dealing with the APU fire, working through the QRC, I mean, it's very straightforward on the 7.3, at least for us. So we have a QRC, which is a quick reference card, which I haven't had one of those since I was at the regionals. So it's nice. I'm a believer in the QRC. I think you should have a QRC. It's the fastest way. I don't care how fast you are with an iPad, but there's nothing faster than just grabbing the QRC on top of the glare shield. So for us, it's simple. We get a light, go to the QRC. If it's not on the light, which the QRC only has probably a dozen things on it anyway, so you kind of know what's already on the QRC. And the big tip is if you get a light on the overhead, it's not on the QRC. So you check QRC. If not, boom, you go to the EQRH and you look up the light and you deal with it. So it's not bad. It's not bad, man. I've done some pressurization. Messing with the manual pressurization was kind of cool, but I mean, that's the same thing. I had to do that in the Airbus one time for real. That was a pain. It's just as a pain in the 7.3. Manual reversion when total full manual control diabetic lad. I believe that's going to come towards the very end. I think that comes towards the very end. Arshan says, I'm 16, starting PPL soon, aiming to get into commercial jet aviation. What would be your advice? Arson H. Well, that depends if you're in the U.S. or not, number one. If you're in the U.S., man, you're going to have a lot more opportunities available for you. And I'll tell you this. You're 16, starting PPL, so you're probably looking, if you do everything expeditiously and with no issues, you're probably looking at, you know, early 20s, trying to get a job. That's, you know, 4 or 5 years from now. There is nobody on planet Earth that can predict what the airline industry is going to look like in 4 to 5 years from now. So my advice to you and to anybody who's got the long-term goal, I want to be a commercial airline pilot, you never know what it's going to look like. So if you're dedicated and committed to the cause now, put your nose to work, get on the, you know, get grinding, and when the opportunity gets closer, that's when you start looking at options. But you got to stay focused on getting your training done. Don't have any failures. As best as you can, don't have failures, right? So there's a lot of guys and gals have, you know, one failure, maybe two, but you don't. I'm still part of like some of these groups and chats for, you know, recruiting purposes, and they're like, well, I have 3 failures on this, or I have 3 or 4 failures. I'm like, oof. You know, I have two check ride failures, and then I have a sim failure. I'm like, man, that's you really. The reason that becomes a problem is because you have a lot of people who have 1 or none failures, and that's going to make your application less desirable out of the gate. Now, you may be a more desirable person to hire, absolutely, but you have to think from a recruiting standpoint. Why is this song on again? I thought I skipped you. From a recruiting standpoint, you got to get your app picked out first. So do what you can to keep your application clean. Don't get a DUI. Don't get speeding tickets if you can help it. And try to minimize any failures during your training. Did you have an option to pick the type of aircraft? I did, Cam. I did, yeah. But here's the funny thing, Cam. So I missed my preferred base by one slot. And the Airbus, had I been on the Airbus, I would have been in my preferred base. You can never win, man. Never win. Did I already do a V1 cut, Flight Live? I've not done any V1 cuts yet. No. I have not done any V1 cuts yet. Those will be coming up this week. But isn't the QRC there because there isn't an ICAS? True, Dalton. Let me rephrase. There is nothing better than an ECAM or an ICAS. The second best thing to an ECAM or an ICAS is a QRC. There you go. Let me rephrase that. AJ Fedora, thanks for the $3 super chat. So has the wife noticed the hair on your chest yet? Yes, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it's I'll tell you what, AJ, it's been a blast, man. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the $3 super chat. You'll have to ask her if she pops her head in tonight. I was trying to convince her to do a little late night tea run because the kids will be bored, you know? I keep getting these spam calls, and I'm just hoping one of them will be, hey, we're notifying you that your training is canceled this weekend. Not that I don't want to go to training, but because there's going to be a massive ice storm, and I'd rather be around because I know we're going to have, there's always water problems, there's always well problems, there's all kinds of issues when we get that much ice. Now, I did see the last Ryan Hall video I watched. He said the storm freezing line moved a little bit further north. Still puts me particularly right in it still, but if it moves north again by tomorrow, then maybe it won't be as bad. But we'll see. Yeah, Cam, this weekend is supposed to be pretty interesting. Right now, the last one I heard, one of the models is showing it might be raining until Saturday now, which is better than Friday. Initially, they had freezing rain starting around 6 p.m. on Friday, not stopping until Sunday. So you get 2 days of freezing rain. That's going to be a problem. Ryan, y'all mentioned? Heck yeah, man. I love Ryan Hall. You're right by DFW? Ah, diabetic lad. You'll be fine, man. You'll be fine. You got everything. You got water. You got your insulin. If you got water and insulin and some food, man, you're going to be just fine. I don't think it's going to be near as bad as every storm we get gets hyped up more and more than the last one. But here's the reality of it. If you look at the last 3 major ice storms, well, in recent years, right? So we had the big one that was 5-6 days. People were without power for 2 weeks. We spent, I think, a week below 10 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not going to be near as bad as that. What, 2023? 2022, we had another ice storm that lasted for, I think, 3 days. The ice and snowstorm. That one wasn't terrible. This one is even less than that, so we'll be fine. Northwest of Atlanta, we'll be able to get a giant ice rink. Yeah, Atlanta will be interesting. I'm really interested to see how the aviation side of things is going to be handled with all this. There's going to be a lot of crews out of position. A lot of people stranded. Ice problem, get a good set of wipers, no guards. That's the truth. That's the truth, AJ. Thanks, man. Speaking of new wipers, probably need to put wipers on the wife's car. Take the guards off. Classic Jet Sim, what's up, buddy? I've got a few people, I got a few apartment buildings in Las Colinas and up in McKinney getting ready to deal with busted pipes. Yeah, buddy, man. Oh, yeah. Valentine's Day storm was horrible, yeah. Busted pipes, man. No good. No good. Is Japanese music for you, 19? Yes, it is. As we're flying over Japan. This one, Japanese Gardens. I mean, that is such a sick shot. I love the MD11. We need the sound pack stat. When is Boris going to get on the sound pack, guys? Imagine a Boris level sound pack for the MD11. I don't think I'd stop flying it. Land of the Rising Sun, Max Cowgill, indeed. If both TFDi and Rotate and Microsoft, what would you pick? Rotate, dude. I actually, believe it or not, in the current state of the TFDi in Microsoft 24, my preference is still the Rotate. However, my Rotate MD11 to beat the TFDi MD11 needs at least 4 mods. I need the PFD color mod, gray line removal mod, Mango sound pack. And then there was one more mod in there. I forget what it did. Maybe like Cockpit HD mod or something like that. I know there's at least 4 mods that I need to put on the Rotate. But with all those mods and X-Plane 12, in either adverse conditions or nighttime, I prefer it over the TFDi. And the way it flies, I've never flown an MD11, and I'm curious if anybody's got any insight on this. The Rotate MD11 and X-Plane 12, to me, feels less forgiving and a little bit more demanding in certain aspects, especially as you maneuver the aircraft in slow speeds. This one is still challenging. It's probably one of the more challenging planes to handle in 2024 because there's really nothing else that's challenging. It's all Airbuses or 737s. We don't have anything to compare it to. I'd say the 727 is kind of up there, but the 727 is so nimble. I feel like this MD11 is a little bit more forgiving. But also the Rotate has some smoother transitions with the autopilot. So for instance, if you're on a descent and you increase the speed, it really blends that out. It won't pitch you down 10, 12, 15 degrees nose low. The TFDi will, so you got to be very careful with that. Or if you're in a climb and you roll the speed back, it will straight up pitch to 6, 7, 8,000 feet per minute climb to get back to the selected speed. It does so very aggressively. So I can't believe that is accurate behavior. I'd like to see them smooth that out in the future update for sure. Zach Winnick, thank you for the 31 months of support. I'll be thinking of y'all while I sit on the beach over here in California in 65-degree weather. Zach, my man, we got to get back out on the West Coast, do some California love flying. Oh, that's a fire shot right there. Where's Nabil at? Nabil? Cinematic vibes, my friend. Cinematic vibes. It was 70 degrees today, though, Zach. 70 degrees today. Us in Florida, no need to shovel, so good luck to y'all. Yeah, Alex, indeed. This song kind of died on me. What's next? Japanese Garden by Sarah the Instrumentalist. It's kind of a vibe, too. Oof, I love the pink sunset. This is great. Rain is coming through SoCal. Nice, Cam. And then I can do some more Huey flying. Got to get Duke 6 back on the... Got to get Duke 6 flying again. Man, it's crazy. The first Huey video I did, you guys seem to like it. The second one barely hit 900 views. I'm like, what? Well, I guess you guys don't want to see any more Huey videos. Freaking love the Huey. When is TOD? About 3 hours, my man. Let me give this Moby flight one more try here. This thing is peeving me off. Alright, file. I'm going to try a new project. TFDi MD11 new. Create new project. Please don't crash the sim. Add an input config. PAP3. I want to import a... I'm doing this wrong. Alright, here we go. MD11. Moby profiles. Alright, we are in 2026. The Huey vids for fire, you like them, Spurious? I like them, man. People are already panic buying here in Denton. Dude, people have been panic buying all day. It's great. It is great. You know what? I gotta download. I'm gonna download a new one. Hopefully I can do this while streaming. Tons of toilet paper, water, and gas. My goodness. Man, I really dislike the Flight Sim TO. Real question is 727, 100, or 200? The 100 Team Vodka says is the best thing since sliced bread. Alright, here we go. MD11. HAP 3. Great news. All right, everything's ready to go, he says. Run. All right, so, hold on. A beautiful sunset. I think we are. Autopilot's off. Yeah, I know. That checks. All right, chat, we're good. We're good. We're good. Hold on. Autopilot's back on. Yes. Yes. We got our ethos working. I knew it was something silly. Wow, look at this sunset. Should we get rid of this? I don't know, it's kind of cool having it down. Alright, let's step back here. I gotta work on this profile. Let's do this from the jump seat, shall we? Let's do it from like the headrest. Thinks people aren't panic buying milk and bread. I know I picked up a big pork shoulder, pork butt. So I'm gonna do the pork butt tomorrow night going into Friday. So the kids will have some protein while I'm gone. Juicy view. Uh-oh. Were you talking about the exterior view and I just messed it up on you? I'll tell you what. Well, we'll go back to exterior here in a second. I want to see if I can add... I've got my Mobi Flight profile working here. But I want to add a new file from existing project. I want to add my PFP. Alright. This might disengage the autopilot again. Let's see here. Yeah, it's going to disengage the autopilot. That's fine. Autopilot re-engage. Do I have keys? Yes! Yes, yes, yes. We're working now. We got everything back. Alright, we got our FMC working and the ethos. I knew I just had to re-download the thing. Alright. Now we can finally fly. Let's go back to outside because we're definitely vibing out here. Oh, we're getting close to the end of the... getting ready for green dot here soon. Seemed to be fixed last few. Prop brake works as it should. What are you talking about, Team Vodka? The ATR? ATR is good too. You like the ATR? Really? Is it back? I'm gonna have to check it out. You know, the ATR. What about the FT Sim sound pack? Anybody got that working? FT Sim for ATR. That would then I would definitely go back into that. Zato Flies, what's up, man? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Turks says I'm lucky my place on the same grid as a water treatment plant during the Ultra Storm a couple years ago. Never had a power cut. Nice, nice, man. Moral of the story, live next to critical infrastructure. You'll never get a rolling blackout. That's true. Well, so my neighbor lives down the road from me. He works at the electric company that controls the power grid for our location. So during the Great Texas Blackout, he texted us, was like, hey, we're gonna roll the grid, but we're just gonna do it for like 30 minutes, just so we say we can do it. We did it. Because up where we live, I don't know how much, by cutting our grid, there's not a whole lot of power being saved elsewhere. So we had a blackout for like 30 minutes one night. That was it. Maybe it was like an hour or so. Put us in the middle of the night. We had the fire on. Didn't make much of a difference. But yeah, either live near a critical institution or live next to the guy that works at your electric company. Because there were grids around us that definitely went down. Had a pork which coated with coffee and various other seasonings, smoked amazing. Oh, dude, that sounds amazing. Sounds so amazing. Nope, no chase plane. This is default camera views. Chase plane is still dead to me. There's things that I see on chase plane that I'm still raising an eyebrow at. I'm like, yeah, I don't know yet. I want to see the sim go through another update, probably before I entertain chase plane. My biggest thing that I like, because I almost don't even need flyby cam. That wouldn't be my most important part of it. My most important part of chase plane would actually be the G-loaded camera, which I actually really I like it. It looks pretty good. I've seen Captain Canada have it on his stream. Looks pretty good. I really like the G-loading on the X-Plane 12, but there's a couple things that I've seen, and like because I'm tracking people who are using it and reporting bugs and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. Give it another update cycle, and then maybe. As a Brit, I'll stick with cottage pie for protein. Cottage pie, ooh. Ars says I flew the Rotate MD11 back in the day. Now rock the TFDi. I feel like the Rotate gives a better depth perception. Yes. Yes. Arson. So we talked about this on the last stream. I don't know what it is. There's something now as we get into sunset here, and it goes dark. It's going to change, and I believe it's going to look better. But middle of the day or high lighting configurations, the cockpit is so flat. And like I said, I don't know why. I thought it was just because I was watching it on YouTube. I was seeing YouTube videos of it, and that's not always the best representation of what it's going to look like on your PC. But I'm in 2K, Ultra. Everything in the cockpit is Ultra, the model, texture, all that. And it just looks flat. It looks flat. Don't know if it's the color, the cockpit window angles. I even went back after that first stream. I went back to the Rotate streams that I did, and I looked at the cockpit, and yeah, the Rotate just looked better. Which is crazy to say that a cockpit in X-Plane 12 looked better than one in 2024. Are you going to fly the updated Comanche? Shakovic, perhaps. I just don't get excited about the Comanche. No, I did fly the Aerostar. It's nice. Look, Shakovic, it's kind of getting hiccups now. That's not good. We got a long way to go. The Aerostar, ironically, is kind of like the same thing. Let's get the seatbelt sign on. It's a smooth ride. Free to move about the cabin. The Aerostar is almost like the MD11 to me. Decent model. Good model actually. 2024 native. Good model. Good textures. Really good systems. Flight model is pretty good from what I could tell. There's some things I'm like, yeah. And then, but the sounds are just a miss. They're just a miss for me personally. Same thing with the MD11 here at TFDi. The sounds are a miss. Everything else is decent. I've been digging chase plane. Not sure I've had issues yet. That's good, Classic Jet Sim Pilot. I find the idea of G-loaded cameras funny. How weak do they think our necks are? That is true. I do think the default G-loading is excessive. Oh my goodness, look at our headwind. What do we... 164 knot headwind? Oh, do we have enough gas for this? That's a lot of headwind, chat. 163 knots? Who decided to go this way? But if you turn down that G-loaded camera all the way down, it looks pretty decent. You didn't read the OFP? No, I didn't read it, man. Why would I actually read it? The rotate windows are kind of curved, makes it look nice, and I like the image of a front view. Yeah. Wheel of Wonder, what's up, man? Some guy called V1 decided to go this way. I didn't realize the headwind was 164 knots. We have a ground speed of 358. How do I get a wind? Can I get a wind readout lower? Is there a wind page? Descent forecast. Is there like a... Optimum is 34. You're at 400 to 152 knots. It's 100. Chat. We're not going all the way there with the 200 knot headwind. Are you kidding me? That's going to add another hour. What? I want to go to sleep. Wait, why did the window shades close on me? Dynamic window shades? You did say 5 hour. I said 4. I thought it was like a 4.5 hour block. I thought it'd be about a 4 hour flight. We may have to dial the winds back. We may have to dial the weather situation. Let me look at the wind charts on the flight plan. Let me look. Let me actually look at the flight plan now. Probably should have done this beforehand. All right, where is the wind charts? Holy. So this is actually the strongest part. Yeah, triangles are 50, right? So 150 and 10 is 160, 165, 170. Oh my goodness. What altitude is that at? Do we not have... Okay, here's the flight level wind. We'd have to get down below flight level... Jeez, 200 to get out of the wind. I mean, we could... Shoot, we could drop down. We're going to be at 150. Could drop down to 250. That's what I'm looking at, SimBrief Jetstream levels. Is that what that chart is? The page 15? Yeah, let's drop down to, hold on. Can you guys see this? Hold on. All right, so what is this blue line here? Turks, where's the wide-body international flying guy info when you need him? What is this? Is this like an optimum wind thing? Like we should have stayed at 200 until Koshi? I think initially we were supposed to stay at 250. Where's FMS Plus when you need it? Well, I can't do it because VHSX doesn't exist in the JEPs or in the charts. I guess I could. Well, you know what? I've never messed with it. Will it work for this? I don't know. I've actually never really messed with it. Where's my FMS Plus app? No active OFP. That's gonna be the problem. Yeah, I can't use it for flight sim. That's the tropopause. Let's drop down to 20. I think we should drop down to 200. Can we do a route offset? Don't drop. I'm looking at it on Navi app. I'm going to drop here pretty soon. How do we do an offset? Green. Old procedure airways. Offset is not modeled, Classic Jet Sim Pilot? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. It's 150 plus until you get to Jeddah. Okay, let's drop down out of this. 171 knots on the nose. I'm curious. For testing purposes, I am for sim testing purposes. Right now we're showing a 1238. That's 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 4 hours from now. That's 3 hours and 50 minutes from now. Let's see. What's our landing fuel? 27.3. Here goes the alternate fuel. Let's drop down to flight level 220. Vertical speed. Actually, yeah, vertical speed. Roll it in here. And then we're gonna go recruise us here. We're gonna cruise at 220. It won't let us. We'll see what happens here. Japanese Hobbit music? You don't like this song? Maybe we should move it to some regular classical music here. Let's see what Sunflower Dance is. We're getting ready to vibe out with Green Dot here anyway, so we're gonna coast down. We'll get a good look at the coast of Japan here for a little bit more. Right now, fuel 17.9. Look at that. What was it before we started down? But look, 12:42. Oh, it actually added 4 minutes. It added 4 minutes? This is where you're hosed either way. Still 170 knots on the nose. Love the MD11 stuff you're doing. Love the Japanese theme music you're playing. Nice, thank you, man. Just having a little fun tonight. I want to log into my training schedule to see if there's been any updates to the weekend. What you gain in wind component, you lose in true airspeed. That is the truth. That is the truth. I think it should be right around like 24, 25,000 is kind of like, if you want to go somewhere fast, it's about where you want to be. Just going to burn the gas. 22 is getting low. What's up, Infinite? Good to see you, man. Finally a good stream for your time. Nice, dude. Well, come on. We just realized we got almost a 200 knot headwind, so we're making some adjustments. Probably not going to help us out, though. We got to actually make sure we don't overspeed at 8.4 Mach. Wind is still 162. If it doesn't die off drastically at a 25 thou, we'll continue here and then we're going to step climb. Originally, we were supposed to be at 24, 26 until Koshi, so we do have the fuel for it. I don't see any changes to TMS, so... Oh, I do need to call the landing. So I think I'm supposed to check in today. And I want to make sure they don't get rid of my reservation or something if I don't check in today. What a beast jet is, so retro. I know. Yeah, Kitech landing DVD, Ghost Solar. Nice. Yeah, there's some cool shots of this exact airplane flying into Kitech. If you just Google Japan Air MD11 Kitech, man, you'll see the Jaybirds going in there. I love it. I mean, it gets me so pumped. Gets me so pumped for the L1011. Passing 280, the winds start dropping slowly. We'll get down to 22. We'll see what they look like, and we'll make an adjustment to our flight plan. We'll see if it. I don't think it's going to save us anything significantly. Let me look at Volanta here. Flight to live is at 220. And he has 111 knots. All right, so he's got 111 knots of wind. Vodka's behind us in a 380 though. I wonder what his ground speed will be. Oh, it's the first time I've seen a little a little mini, what's it called, conga line on Iveo. That's pretty neat. Alright, so we're just south of Kochi, Mount Irizu, and then we're going over to Kumato, Miyazaki, and then Mount Takakuma. Yeah, the winds over Japan are wild. 8-1, 400 ground speed, fly to live. You're doing 400 over the ground? What are we doing? 338. Oh, yeah, we gotta... Let's keep our speed up. 350. Sounds like Titicaca and you're having flashbacks. Rip November 4 Mike Delta. Yeah, Zippy. You didn't quite make it out with 4 Mike Delta, huh? Alright, let's go. Let's change over Mach. Put it at the limit. Will she do 8-1? It's going to be right at the limit. Monitor this. 113 knots. Does anybody remember what our ground speed was showing before we started down? Someone wind the sim back. See what our ground speed was before we started down. So we've just lost 50 knots of wind. What did I say it was? Like 369 though? 360? I don't think it's worth it, chat. But this is, you know, this is good that we're doing this in sim because, you know, when you're flying the line and things come up like, well, do you really want to go down there? Will it be worth it? You always take the conservative option. This is a very aggressive option to try to save 2 minutes. It was between 330 and 350. It was 330. We're doing 370. So we did pick up some ground speed. We're going to be riding that barber pole. Looks like we're going to be right at 8180. Let me go to the... do I have to put in the winds manually here? So flight level 220. Why can't I put in 220 here for cruise? Alright, 220. Headwind is 108. HD. See if this gives us any information. 108. 999 cost indexes. Do that 220380, and then what was it? Koshi was really our step climb. How far out is Koshi? Not really worth it. Let's take a look at the... Where did you go? Wind briefing. This is like too dramatic. What about like Japanese something else? Something a little more classical. Alright, so looking at our step climb. Hell, if we could get to 40. So we're going to be at 22, so we're down here. Let's step up to... We won't make the step until Igman. We'll make it Igman as the step climb. Which might be too far. Do we have Sapit? Let's cut the let's cut it. Let's do Sapit at 360. And the climb, step climb 360 at Sapman. Igman at 220 on the star, so that doesn't really. Look at that. We saved 20 minutes. We burned 10,000 pounds extra, but we saved 20 minutes. Introduce head bobbing cat. Alright, well this song is not it. Well, I don't know, maybe. I feel like I need some sushi. Alright, we're gonna lose all the light, so let's enjoy some external views here. Ooh, what's that little island out there? I think we should land a Kai-Tak at night. What do you guys think? Nighttime Kai-Tak? Just let it go dark. Pitch black Kai-Tak landing. Current ETA, Aaron, there it is, 12:16 sim time. Which, let's see, so we started the stream at 4, which was 2 hours ago, so it was 10. I'm trying to do the math. So it was 10:16, so it was 10 Z when we started. No, I don't know. I can't math. Go look at Volanta or something, Ron. Current estimated time of arrival in the sim is 12:16. But I don't know what time it is, how that correlates. Zippy, I totally forgot to do the enhancement for the checkerboard. I saw it in there. I totally forgot to do it. Look above me. I don't see anybody up there, Zip. Oh, you mean right here? Is 8052? Oh yeah, from suck. Oh yeah, so we hit 852. Yeah, current sim time is 8:57. So 9, 10, 11, 12. 3 hours. Perfect, perfect. Because green dot will take a solid hour. Maybe a little bit more. And then it's an hour. The last flight, the last hour of the flight is going to be, you know, prepping, getting ready to go. That's always exciting. So we're looking good. We've got enough time to get a little tea. I wonder if Starbucks has any Japanese-themed teas. Wow, look at that view. That's kind of sweet. When's the last time we put the camera on the tail of the MD11? I'm on the Prague page. Hey, Ron, get out of here. Save night for X-Plane? I do love some good ramen, flight sim guy. If you search for MD11 Lufthansa cargo retirement pilot Axel, Gunter, and Simon, it has some good engine start sounds from sign out. Much louder than TFDi. Yeah, Al Loper, the TFDi sound pack to me is dead. Dead, dead, dead. We can't do a night Kai Tech without that? I thought it was okay. I thought the Kai Tech that... Might have to watch another stream that I had. I thought our Kai Tech looked good the last time, but it was kind of a blue hour approach. What is it going to be, middle of the day, real world time? Because we took off in Tokyo at like 7 a.m. local time, real world. So it's so juiced with the lights, Zippy. Well, wait, Zippy, you're still in 2020 though, so you need the enhancement. I think 2024 looks pretty dang good without it. This is the updated sound pack? No. Well, he didn't update the Pratts then, because these sounds are vacuum sounds. The Pratts are, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to fly any Jaybirds anymore. We have to do GEs only, because I think he omitted the Pratts hardcore. You got a real Tom Cruise theme. First Barry and now The Last Samurai. Dude, Last Samurai, great movie. I haven't seen that in years. Years. Just go to, oh my gosh, some green tea. So this is, we're coming up on Miyazaki. Fly right over Sato. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Kobayashi. And once we get past this southern tip of Japan, it'll be green dot time. If the MD11s weren't retiring soon, if you got an offer of cargo carriers to fly it, would you? No, I don't want to fly cargo. Now, if they were still flying with passenger ops, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, if we could, I think if wide bodies were still real wide bodies with 3 engines or more, I'd be more into long haul flying. I have no desire. People ask me all the time, even on the chat here on the stream. People are like, "Oh, would you ever want to go fly long haul?" No. Big reason. The equipment, man. I don't. To me, long haul should be 4 engines or 3 engines. I would definitely do it then. The DCS C-130 awaits you. Got to do the C1. Got to get the DCS running on this PC. I do have it on my home PC though. It would be kind of fun to do some C-130 flying on a server that had logistics. I mean, this song's gonna put me to sleep. We're gonna have to pick it up here, chat. How about Immovable Mountain by Asaku Kageyama? Super late, but I agree. 2 engines are not enough. Yep, agreed, man. Like, if there was 747s, I think Korean Air has 748 still, right? Lufthansa still has them. Let's say there was an airline in the U.S. that was still flying a 748. I would 100% have had my application in with them as soon as I met the minimums. Now look up, he says. Are you above me now? Oh, look, there's Zippy. That's pretty sweet. There he is, A300, baby. That's cool. You're contrail too. What are you? What altitude you at there? Logi C-130 would be fun, yeah, man. What's wrong with flying cargo? Just curious. Oh, nothing's wrong with it. Just not my cup of tea, man. I got to dabble in that early on in my career. I flew for a cargo operator, and although it wasn't wide body, long haul cargo was still the same type of schedules, at least initially, when you're flying backside of the clock all the time. Not for me, man. Not for me. I would fly backside of the clock for 5 days, couple days off. By the time you have to go back to work, you finally start feeling normal again. Too hard on the body, man. Too hard on the body. Now, I know that's depending on where you go. You know, you may be able to fly daytime ops if you get the seniority. But a lot of, you know, that takes a while. But apart from that, I like commercial aviation, man. I like being in the terminals. I like being, well, let me rephrase that. I like getting my nice fancy coffees in the terminal. I like my food options. I like interacting with kids that want to be pilots and they want to come up to the flight deck. And I like people, or I like, I don't really like people. That's not what I meant to say. I like it when I can make other people happy by doing my job and they're thankful for that and all that. Like, it's just a good feeling, man. I like the whole environment of being a commercial airline pilot. Freight dog flying, man, totally different vibe. And it's just, it's not a bad vibe. It's just different. It's just different. And just not what I'm interested in. Not what I'm interested in. You know, having kids come up to the cockpit and want to take pictures and look at things. I'm like, oh, man, can I do this or press this button? And seeing their eyes light up when we do a fire test or something, man, it's so cool. I love that. No, Nabil, we haven't green dot yet. As soon as we go East China Sea, just past the southern part here, we're going green dot after this. I don't really like people be much. To be honest with you, man, I generally do not enjoy interacting with the traveling public most of the time. The adults, really. Especially over the last couple of years. I mean, it's gotten better now, but over from like 2019, well, really 2020, when COVID started, and then for the 2 years after COVID, it really, it just shifted. There was a seismic shift in human nature, I think, after COVID. And a lot of things that were, you know, customary really aren't anymore. Just attitudes changed and whatever, but yes, I enjoy the commercial side of it. Have you ever asked a kid if they had been in a Turkish prison? Oh my gosh. Now, see, I like the chat, Ron. Have you tried the new free Kitech in X-Plane 12? I haven't yet, Orion. Is it new? I did try a Kitech back in the X-Plane 11 days, and I really enjoyed it. Have I tried the baby metal for some Oriental tunes? Really? Oh, look at that. Can adults visit the cockpit? Asking for a friend. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Taking a ton of selfies up there with adults. The only bad thing are the loonies. True. They are far and few between, Cam. You're absolutely right. There are the loonies out there. But for the most part, like you said, Cam. And honestly, that's why one of my favorite times to fly is holiday season, man. When you start getting into the month of, November and December, I love it. It's just, especially December before Christmas, everyone's traveling with their families. Everybody's excited. It just seems like people are stressed, but then, you walk up to the gate and you'll see someone a little bit stressed, like, oh my gosh, are we going to be on time? We're going to go. The weather seems kind of bad. I'm like, weather seems bad. And it's half mile, overcast 100. We can auto land this puppy. Like, we're going. People get excited. Like, okay, good. Like, that's fun. I like that part. What's interesting is that we don't land 7-3, auto land 7-3. Kind of interesting. Can you validate my airport parking? Yeah. I always wanted to go up to the flight deck as a kid, but I was too shy. Oh, man, don't be. 99.9% of the pilots and 99.99999% of pilots that aren't the widget hats, we're going to be more than happy to have you come up there. Passengers bring Starbucks gift cards during Christmas flying is always peak. True. That is true. Yeah, you get the gift cards. Or pictures. I mean, I've had, you get off or the deplaning and a kid will bring up a picture that he drew of the airplane. Or I've got a ton of them in my bag. I keep because I don't have the heart to throw them away. I'm like, what am I going to do with all this, all these pictures? So I just kept them. I've got, I don't know, dozens of little drawings and thank you notes and stuff from kids over the years that just puts on. I just stuff it in the bag. So I'm not going to go throw it away. But I had one kid that drew a really nice 321. Really good for a freehand. Really good 321. Young kid too, probably maybe 10. We'll try to do something for Expo, Bill. We'll see if we can make Expo happen. We'll see, man. This year is going to be a little bit different with minimal schedule control. My last flight on a DC-10, I jump seated from DFW to Kennedy. We almost landed on Southwest 73 in New York. Wow. Well, that definitely would have been your last flight, but that's not good, man. No bueno. Superman Landon, welcome to Commercial Pilot, sir. Glad to have you on. All right. As soon as we go feet wet, we'll start the green dots. So we'll enjoy the lights while we can, because it's going to be a whole lot of nothing here pretty soon. Is that a really good shot of the right rudder, or does any of them just look like that? What's wrong with my rudder? Rudder looks perfectly straight. I think it might have just been the angle. Yeah, just the angle. Oh, that looks good. I still remember visiting the flight deck as a kid. Had a Delta MD88 Captain let me take a seat and play with the yoke. He even gave me a Delta Wings pin. Heck yeah, flight sim guy. I've got a whole collection of wings from when I was a kid traveling, and I'd go up to the flight decks and try to get, pictures or whatever. I mean, back then pictures were taken on Polaroids and non-digital cameras, that's for sure. But my mom's got a bunch of photo album stuff of me sitting up there. My favorite one, ATA L1011, wearing the captain's hat, going to Hawaii. But yeah, man. Great memories. Memories that really drove my career, if you think about it. I mean, those impressions that you make as a kid is pretty powerful. Cam MD11 dropping a $20 super chat. My goodness, thank you, Cam. Appreciate the support, my friend. Best time to be alive, if you ask me. Aviation is just amazing and so unique. Hey, Cam, thank you so much, man, for the $20 super chat. Best time to be alive is the time that you're alive, my man. Appreciate you. Very, very generous. Thank you, Cam. There is a lot of amazing, especially with the way technology is now. I mean, even though I find the modern airplanes boring, 220, 350, 78, they are absolutely amazing machines. They're absolutely amazing. And it's what we can get access to now, you know, being able to fly these I mean, we're nitpicking stuff on systems like, well, this should have been, you know, this bus tie should be closed when this happens. So it's like, we're talking about that on a $60 flight sim add-on. That's accessible to the public. It's absolutely amazing with what we're afforded right now, especially in the sim world with aviation. It's like we take a step back and just gotta appreciate what we have in front of us, man. My last flight before getting married, the cabin crew told everyone during deplaning the passenger handed me gifts, candy, cigarettes, quarters. Missed that stuff. Hey, classic jet sim pilot. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. My favorite airport to fly in and out of. Man, there's a couple there. I mean, there's a couple good ones. You got Portland. I always come back to Portland, Maine. I love doing the harbor visual up there. It's been years. Portland, Maine is good. You know, DC is good. You start going out west, you got some really cool stuff. You got the airports in the Rockies. You got what's that one in the not Sacramento, my goodness. Reno. I mean, Reno's kind of nice to get in and out of. And that bowl will be one of my favorites. So, my favorite airport, though, DFW. Because you know you're home. They all start to blend together, man. They all start to blend together. Superman Landon says, V1, I'm a long-time viewer. I'm currently in the military and will be out early, 29. And my goal is to do flight training, etc. Or training after anything I do not help me get ahead of the curve. Well, prepare for the written tests. That's something you can kind of get ready to knock out, because once you start training, if you knock out the written tests like the PPL exam, the instrument exam, commercial exam, etc., you get those knocked out, you can focus solely on flying. So that's something I kind of tell people, if you want to get ahead and you're not necessarily, you know, in the flying part of your training yet, study for those writtens, bang out those written tests. That way you can focus on training. Wow, look at that. What mountain did we just fly over? We just flew over Mount Ontake? Mount Ontake. That is sweet. This is actually, you know, for as long as we've been cruising, this has actually been a very scenic flight down the coastline of Japan here. This has been a lot more enjoyable to the eyes than I had initially planned. I'm like, man, we're going to take off. I'm not going to see anything forever. It's going to be boring. This has actually been a very scenic flight down the coastline here. The Mighty 222, thank you for the 10 New Zealand, man. Appreciate you. This is a bribe, completely off topic. Ask the Black Squirrel to make a 1900D. I know you know him. Oh my goodness. Next time I speak to Nick, I'd love to have him on for an interview, similar to what I did with PMDG and Robert Mondazzo. I would love to have Nick on from Black Square, and I will definitely ask him that question, Mighty 222. Absolutely. I'd love to have a 1900 King Air, etc. But yes, I will let him know that I have been bribed for a 1900D. It would be epic. We haven't seen, for as long as the 1900 flew passenger service, we really haven't seen a good Beech 1900 ever, have we? PMDG made one in FS9? Right? Or 2000, was it 2000? Yeah, MSF was 2002, which was FS9, right? Or 2004, rather? 2004, maybe? I know PMDG had a 1900. But there hasn't been one after that. And the 1900 flew, I mean, it still flies cargo, but I mean, it flew passenger service up to several years ago. I think Lakes Air, at least in the U.S., Great Lakes, I know they still fly them globally, but in the U.S., as far as passenger service, Lakes Air had them up until a couple of years ago. Maybe it was COVID that killed it off. But a 1900 would be awesome. I would like a Beech 99, because the Beech 99, I mean, really, you could do a 99 1900 package. I just want someone to do the whole Beechcraft lineup. Give me the King Air 100, give me a Queen Air, give me the 200, skip the 350 because it's mid, give me a Beech 99, give me a 1900. Let's get the Beechcraft lineup going. Let's get the Beechcraft lineup cooking. But the Beech 99 would be really cool because there's so many, there's more options than a King Air. You're like, why do you want a 99 over a 200? The 99 is essentially an unpressurized King Air 200. You can put a cargo pod on it, take the cargo pod off of it. It flew passenger service. It flew cargo service. It's a hell of an airplane. I mean, it really is a impressive piece of machinery for how old it is. Do we need a shorts 360 then? No, we're done with the shorts. I'm never flying that thing again. My eyes are still burning from Jeff Faviano telling me to download the shorts. Worst decision I did. 2 years ago, I made 20 years since the PMDG of the 1900. Wow, that's crazy. Mickey G wants a C90. I would love, yeah, C90. Forgive me, how did I forget the C90? Yep. Get a C90. Mickey G, have you flown the C90 on X-Plane 12? Do you like it? Is it any good? Alright, it's that time. We're about to go green dot, chat. We're about to go green dot. It's about to be nothingness. Hey Zippy, you still on comm?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what are your winds up there?
Say again.
What are the winds at your cruise level? What are the winds showing? Should be getting ready to step climb, but
Flight level 360, we got 265 at 158 knots.
oh, it's 90. We might just stay here. What's your ground speed, sir?
328 across the ground.
Oof. Yeah, we got him by, shoot, we got him by 50 knots plus. All right, we're gonna stay here. I think we're gonna stay here, Chad. Stay here for now. Might as well depressurize. We do look low to the ground. All right, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Say goodbye to the coastline of Japan.
Supposed to get better after Koshi. Like it'll gradually get better.
A firm, yeah, we may step up, back up, but right now we're just gonna hang out down here.
Flight level 420, winds are down to 144.
Well, that would be nice if I could get there. All right, so
You
what
brought the wrong plane.
I'm going to, that's what we're going to do. We'll take a quick 5-minute lab break.
Got a white whale here.
It's actually, see, this airplane, the model is good, the texture is good. I love the way the lights are shining. It's really a huge improvement for what we had in 2020. We need to get Boris level sounds. If we had Boris level sounds on this, I would fly this until you guys were just unsubscribing, because I love this. I love this look. I love this challenge. It's unique. It's different. We've been flying Airbuses and 737s for the last 5 years. Now we've got a good MD11 and a good sim. We need to juice up the sounds. All right, 5-minute lab break. Can you guys read this? Instead of putting up a message. Is my we'll take a 5-minute lab break and then we'll come back for green dot. Alright, so I will put you all in control. And we're going to green dot it from the cabin. I have a view bound back there, which we will take a look at. L1011 75 Classic 74. Oh, diabetic lad. It's gonna go bananas this year. This is the year of the classic. All right. Stretch your legs. I'll be back in 5 for green dot. We're going to be breaking down a 737 crash. I haven't seen it. I know nothing about this one. This one doesn't even ring a bell. Maybe it will once we start watching it. But as far as the title, I have no idea what we're getting into other than it's a 7.3 classic. So I'm going to stand up, stretch the legs, lav, and then we're going to start green dot when I come back. I will see you in a few minutes. Chat, I've got an idea. I think I'm gonna run and get a tea real quick from Starbucks, and then we'll get started. So give me a couple minutes. It's right down the, it's only like a 5-minute walk, not even. So let me see if I can't order it online right now. Because I think I wanna have a little something to sip on while we are watching our green dot. Get a tea martini. Thanks, AJ, super chat. Honestly, could go next door with a get a espresso martini. Huh, AJ? That's not a bad idea. Maybe I should get a Zippy. I should get a London Fog tea. Ooh, Royal English Emperor's tea. Maybe I should get that. That sounds Japanese. Should I get the Emperor's Clouds and Mist tea? What is this? No idea what this is. What makes it misty and cloudy? I'm kind of concerned. I don't know if I want a misty, cloudy tea. You know what? Chamomile mint blossom tea sounds pretty good. Hopefully that won't put me to sleep. Chamomile kind of relaxes you though, doesn't it? I think we'll go. They have matcha tea, but I don't really want a matcha right now. I think we'll try the mint blossom. That sounds Japanish. They probably serve that in first class, right? Add powders. No, thank you. All right. Mint blossom sounds super Japanese, right? Chamomile tea, do you have crayons? Listen, AJ, tea is so much better for you than coffee. Allegedly. All right. The tea is ordered. Pick up in 3 minutes. It takes me about 3 minutes to walk down there. You guys want to vibe out here? Or you want to vibe out on the wing? And then we'll get the green dot started. Ooh. All right. What that tea cost your main card? Listen, Bomb Tech. I fly a Boeing now. It's okay, man. It's all good. All right, tea break. I'll be back in probably 7 or 8. What I do in the long flights, I stream is to show the wing view. I do like wing view, but we're going to be on wing view for green dots, so let's enjoy cockpit view. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pick up this tea, and then we're kicking it off. AJ, don't touch anything. we back. How we doing up here? How we doing? Exchange my coffee cup for my tea. Which tea? I had to go with the, what did I go with? Mint Blossom. Mint Blossom tea. So let's go ahead and let's dismiss this, unpin you. Let's kill the music. And let's get ready for a little green dot. Now, what? Like I said, yeah, we're gonna do wing view, but I think we're gonna do. Let's do wing light. Get a wing light on here. Where's the wing light? Wing and turn off. All right. Now we can either do this view or we can do seat back view. But there's no screens in the seat back, so I'm thinking this view. I mean, where's the IFE screen? I mean, we'd have to watch it. I mean, how are you guys gonna? I'd have to zoom way in. I don't know. Like, that doesn't seem very... What about first class? Are there any... What about first class? Is there anything in first class? Hold on. Let's see. Everyone's sleeping. Yeah, I mean, we could sit here and watch it out the window like we typically do. I mean, that's kind of a vibe. I can do it like this. Nah, let's do wing view. All right. What's cool? You actually like that? Oh, the screens? Yeah. Gottmog, I think if you have, what's that program called? GSX? I believe you can do it with GSX, my friend. Alright, so I need to move, give me a second. Move you down here, and then we're going to move you back down here. Make our own little view. There we go. Actually move that like so. Yes. That, my friends, is what we're going to do. All right, distance to go is 1212 from Arusar. 44. We got time. So, let's get fired in. Let's fire it up here. Be a friend, tell a friend. Let me try this T here before we get going. Having seated passengers comes with a pretty big performance hit, though. That is what I thought. Now, I always see XP-72 flying with passengers in his cabin. So, ooh, this tea is very good. I'm going to start speaking Japanese by the time I finish this tea chat. Just watch. We're halfway there. Perfect. This is a long green dot. So, if you haven't been through one of these before, let me post it here. I highly encourage you, go to this link right here I'm about to paste, and leave a comment. Leave a like, subscribe to Green Dot if you haven't already. Fan of the channel, friend of the channel, allows us to kind of re-upload some of the content he's already put out with his permission. And we love doing these breakdowns. Pin that. But yeah, super cool that we can do this with Green Dot Aviation. I think his videos are really well done. He's I actually don't know where he currently is in his training. He was beginning his flight training a while ago with, you know, moving on, which is pretty neat. I'm not sure where he's at now in his training and how that's going, but it's always good to kind of watch these and interject some of my own opinions and thoughts and break it down. The second official Iverspin's after you. That's right, Ron, that's right. I'm going to turn the sim down, turn this up. Let's do a volume check. Here we go.
In the dead of night, over the Red Sea, the pilots of a Boeing 737 are fighting for control of their aircraft.
Beautiful. Sounds good. I actually need to turn up my headset a little bit. And I got to turn off this light that's over here. Hold on. All right. Now we're cozy. 737, Mystery of Flight 604. I just realized I'm not a subscriber of Green Dot. I feel bad. Just fix that. Good deal, man. Good deal. Yeah, Green Dot has some really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. I'm hoping that as he... I'm hoping we get some more MD11 videos because there was a lot of MD11 incidents, accidents. So we've already gone over the Swissair. I'm pretty sure that's the only one he has, that Swissair accident on the MD11, which that one is just makes me sick when I watch that one. Those guys were so close and then just it fell apart on them. But here we go, 737 Classic, Green Dot Aviation.
But with each passing second, their situation gets harder and harder to understand. Is there something wrong with their plane or their instruments? Or is it something else entirely? They only have seconds to find out, as behind them, 135 passengers hold on for dear life. What you're about to watch is a story as baffling as it is controversial. This is the story of Flash Airlines Flight 604.
Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Love it. Flash Airlines 604. Someone do some Googling for me. What the heck is Flash 604? Never heard of Flash Airlines before. Never. Thanks to the faulty wiring of the IFE system. Yep, CAM MD11, exactly. That was the main cause of the fire, but unfortunately, decisions were made on that flight that, I mean, the precedent wasn't there. I mean, now we're told, okay, look, if you got a fire, you got X amount of time, you need to put the airplane on the ground. It doesn't matter what your weight is. But that really hadn't been an issue until after Swissair. But yeah, man, super unfortunate. And Mentor did Swissair the other day. Oh, did he really? Nice. Yeah, I've seen some Mentor videos. I don't watch too many of them, but I do like his videos as well. What I like about this is with Green Dot, he's not a commercial airline pilot, at least not yet, or at least he wasn't. So I can interject some of my background and experience into some of the reporting that he does. And I think it just adds a little bit more to it, which is kind of neat. So that's why I like doing this one. It's an Egypt air carrier, really? Egypt. Wow.
It was just after 4 o'clock in the morning on January 3rd, 2004, at Sharm el-Sheikh Airport in Egypt. A Flash Airlines Boeing 737
That's got to be the
was
CSS.
gearing up for a flight to Cairo and then onwards to Paris, operating as Flight 604.
How far is that, Cairo to
The
Paris?
aircraft would be nearly full,
Dude, that's a
with
long flight, isn't it?
135 passengers, all except 3 of whom were French tourists, returning home after having spent Christmas and New Year's in Egypt. Taking care of them were 4
There's your
cabin crew.
passengers. GSX. Wow, look at this
There
editing.
were also 6 off-duty crew on board, including a maintenance engineer, which, along with the 3 pilots up front, brought the grand total
3
to
pilots.
148 passengers and crew.
148 total, so they got to be augmented. I'm assuming this is an augmented crew. Maybe they have to come back around. So 3 pilots up there. Maybe he'll get into it. I'm sure he will. Could be augmented crew. What augmented crew means is you fly longer, at least here in the States. Anything over 8 hours, you have to be augmented, meaning you have to have a relief crew member. and then you're going to break up the flight time, and you'll have someone come up there and sit there and cruise while you go back and rest. There is a particular trip that my new operator does. It's augmented on the 737. It goes down to somewhere in South America. I can't remember, but it ends up being like, I think a little over 9 hours, close to 10 hours turn time. So because you go down and come back, and it's a red eye too, which is, we'll see if I end up getting that, but yeah. It's a long time on a 7.3.
The passengers had a long day of travelling ahead of them. The journey to Cairo would take just over an hour, while the journey from there to Paris would take another 5 hours.
I wonder if it's for fuel. I wonder if they're stopping at Cairo for fuel.
In command of the flight was 53-year-old Captain Kader Abdullah. Kader had only recently become an airline pilot, having spent the majority of his career with the Egyptian Air Force as a fighter pilot, military transport pilot, and also as an instructor. He had joined Flash Airlines the previous year. Most of his flying...
All right, so I'll pause it here because it's kind of hard to read that on the screen for you. He's going to go over it. So interesting. We got a guy that's been with the airline 1 year. He's been flying in the military, though. Total flight hours at the time of the accident, 6,967. So he's got some time. He's definitely seasoned. Flight hours on the 737, only 474. That is, that's pretty new. So yeah, within a year for sure. 400. Generally, you're looking anywhere between, on average, 700 to 900 hours a year if you're really flying. Some guys try to hit that 1,000-hour mark block time a year. But 400 hours on the 7.3. He's typed on this ATR. I wonder if he flew that in the Air Force or where he flew the ATR. But, all right. So he's got experience, not so much on the 7.3, though.
time, therefore, was in a very different environment than the one in which he now found himself. Of his more than 7,000 flying hours, just over 400 were on the Boeing 737.
What's up?
Captain Kader was
Steven?
described by colleagues as being disciplined, cheerful, and always well prepared for flights. He was said to have good relations with other pilots, and was attentive in his work. He did
Is
not
that the
suffer from any known
CSS for
health
real? That actually doesn't look that bad. Do we need to check out the CSS? We might have to check out the CSS, guys.
issues, and those who flew with him in the military said that as an instructor, he listened well, had no problem asking for information from those around him, and that he did not exercise unnecessary authority due to his rank. That last point would become important on this night, because sitting to the captain's right was a much more junior pilot, 25-year-old First Officer Amer Al-Shafi.
Ooh.
Unlike Captain Kader, Al-Shafi did not have a military background. Instead, he had jumped straight from light training aircraft onto the Boeing 737.
All right, so here we go. EASA model of pilot program right here. So straight from the from the Cessna to the 737. This is, people ask, we've had this conversation on stream before, like what's better? Is it the US where you have to get 1,500 hours, or the European method where you just go straight from 250 hours in the right seat, or in the 7.3 to the right seat of a, in the Cessna to the right seat of a 7.3 in 250 hours? It's interesting. I mean, I see and I can argue both sides of the coin, saying which is better or worse. At the end of the day, it just comes down to the individual. They do real base training too, Ryan? Yes, they do. But I'll be interested to see what transpires on this particular accident. But so class 1, 788 hours. That's 788 hours. I was still flight instructing, and I was also flying a Citation jet on the side in the right seat. So very green. I'm trying to put myself in his shoes if I go back to an instructor. So to put it in perspective, my first flight in the Citation Bravo, right seat, first jet, first flight, when we get to cruise altitude, my mind is still back on the ramp, like how do I put the how do I get the clearance? And that's coming from a 800-hour flight instructor. It's like things happen so fast. I can only imagine going from the Cessna to the 737, how much faster that's going to happen. Now, it all comes down to training, right? You can definitely train it. I didn't have any formal training before my first flight because I was flying. I was getting instructed while I was there, so my first flight was very much a training flight. The captain, a good buddy of mine, he's a single pilot waiver on the jet, and he was an instructor, so I could see that, but it's going to come down to base training for programs like this in Europe, the European model. They have to have some type of program in place that really gets the students comfortable going from a prop to a jet. 789 hours is about the equivalent of 5 months to a 40-hour work week. Yeah, when you put it that way, that's kind of wild, isn't it? Although it'd be nice to fly 320 after my commercial rating, I completely get why the U.S. system is the way it is. At 780 hours, you're very fresh. And Dalton, again, you don't know what you don't know, and but it's just this. It comes down to the individual, because I'm sure there are hundreds, if not thousands, of successful individuals in the European model that do this, and there's a percent that are unsuccessful, and then you could say the same thing where the U.S. system is in place. But that's just wild to me.
By this point, 2 years into his career with Flash, he had just short of 800 total hours flying time, around 250 of which were on the 737. Al-Shafi showed a normal progression during his 737 training, with no reported problems.
See? Good.
Despite this, he was, in every relevant way, very much the junior of the man sitting to his left, a fact that would be hard for him to ignore.
Wait, so he had how many
Sitting
hours on the
behind
7.3? Is that not green on green? Wait.
Raf Abdel Hamid. Hamid had gotten his pilot's license in 250 of which
He has 250. Okay, so so green on green is when you have less than 100 hours on the aircraft, and if the other person has less than 100 hours on the aircraft. So for captains, really, if you have less than 100 hours left seat, so they're not green on green, but collectively to have less than 1,000 hours in the flight deck is wild.
were on the 737. Al-Shafi showed a normal progression during his 737 training, with no reported problems. Despite this, he was, in every relevant way, very much the junior of
so
the
they're
man
right there. They're
sitting
right
to
at
his left,
1,000 hours total.
a fact that would be hard for him to ignore. Sitting behind the two operating pilots was a third flight crew member, 42-year-old Ashraf Abdel Hamid. Hamid had gotten his pilot's license in Canada before going to the United States, where he flew Learjets for a number of years, amassing around 4,000 total flying hours.
Well, I flew Learjets, so that's pretty sweet. Learjet is an extremely demanding airplane to fly, as you've seen on the channel. So it looks like they got an observation pilot in the jump seat. I wonder if this is because of the junior flight crew, or if this is just because it's an augmented trip. Let's see what he says.
Now, he was training to be a first officer on the 737 at Flash
He's in
Airlines.
training.
He would be an observer on this flight, using it as an opportunity to get accustomed to the standard callouts and procedures that he would be using once he got started.
Interesting. I'm supposed to be doing an observation flight soon too. I have to do 2 observation flights in the jump seat, which I'm like, come on. I've been in the jump seat for years. Do I need to go do an observation flight? But yeah, I was supposed to do it. I was going to do it actually yesterday. I was going to do El Paso and back, but I realized El Paso is on a different time zone, and the flight time is actually 1 hour 47. I'm like, oof, I want to look for a shorter flight. So I didn't do it, but I have to do an observation flight for my current operator as well. I'll do 2 of them, actually. So he's on an observation flight. He's in training. So he's essentially me with half the time at Flair Airlines right now. That's what this guy's doing. The observer.
The actions these men would take on this night would soon become the subject of intense scrutiny. The aircraft being used for this flight was an 11-year-old Boeing 737-300. And for a plane which wasn't really that old, it had a rather colourful history.
That's got to be the IXCG, right?
Less than 2 years before this night, one of its engines caught fire on a flight to Italy, forcing the pilots to make an emergency landing.
No,
Just 2 weeks before that incident, in October of 2002, Switzerland's Federal Office of Civil Aviation performed an unexpected inspection of the aircraft while it was parked up at Zurich. During this inspection, they found evidence of missing navigational documents, fuel reserves not being calculated to international standards, issues with emergency exit signage, and maintenance deficiencies in the plane's landing gear, engines, and flight controls. Those, by the way, are 3 quite important parts of the plane.
Yeah, it is.
In fact, so severe were these issues that the aircraft was grounded in Zurich until the airline fixed it. Just days later, Flash Airlines was banned from flying into Switzerland.
Okay, so there's definitely, obviously, some history here with the aircraft being subpar from the documented maintenance side of things. That's a huge red flag. That's terrible. We'll see what happens. You know, I've been fortunate to not work for an operator that has been that negligent with an aircraft. Now, I have worked with some that are very suboptimal, and in today's day and age would be borderline negligent, but back then it didn't seem negligent. It just seemed like they were doing the bare minimum. And that was a 135. It wasn't even a 121 carrier. So just different part of the world, man. They have different thought process on this. But the Swiss cheese is delicious already, isn't it, Dan? We got a low time flight crew up front. We got a long night, a long flight in the middle of the night, and we got an airplane that's been grounded for engine issues and deferred maintenance logs. Coda, what's up, my man? How's the 7.3 rating going? It's going good, my man. Going good. That's why we're watching the 7.3 Green Dot. If you want to join us on the main broadcast, I know you don't. For those watching on the vertical stream, unfortunately, you don't get to see the video, but it's on the main broadcast, which will be pinned at the top there.
As the passengers of Flight 604 stepped on board, there was little indication that this was going to be anything other than an ordinary flight on an ordinary airline. They had bought their tickets, and soon, they thought, they would be back home. But Flash Airlines was anything but ordinary. In fact, even on this very flight, the engineer travelling on board came into the cockpit, and the captain queried him about something that was wrong
Hey,
with
it's
the
Turk.
plane.
Where's Turk
Probably
Heron?
Amir made a heavy landing, joked the jump-seating pilot.
Uh-oh.
We don't know what exactly the problem was, because in true Flash Airlines fashion, no copy of the tech log was kept at the airport. The only record of the plane's maintenance status was on board. But in any case, the flight was deemed safe to depart.
Wow.
As the pilots were going through their pre-flight checks, a brief conversation took place which gave an insight into a dynamic which would play out shortly after the plane took off. The captain told his colleagues about an interaction he had had with his first officer the previous evening, on the way into Sharm el-Sheikh. Yesterday we were coming at dusk and the sun was 2-2. I felt I could hardly see the runway, and he was already saying, "In sight." What in sight? This is not in sight. Never say in sight when you're entering like this. Then he continued, "I'm unable to raise my eyes and he says, in sight? Where in sight? If I can hardly see it and he says in sight, how?" He laughed. The other men laughed too. But this story had now enforced a dynamic which was already a risk on this flight.
Seems like he's doing some joking, but it's funny because it's true, but he's kind of busting each other's balls here, for lack of better words.
One where it would be difficult for the junior first officer to challenge his much more senior captain.
Mm-hmm.
Further compounding this was that Flash Airlines did not provide crew resource management training. Training which was not mandatory in Egypt at the time.
What year was this? Not mandatory in Egypt at the time, so no CRM. What CRM does in a nutshell is it reduces the cockpit gradient, right? So if you have a high gradient in the left seat and it slopes down to the FO, that's not good, because the first officer has to overcome this gradient to feel like he or she is an equal part of the crew. You have to be at an equal gradient to be the most effective crew. Even though the captain is there to make the decision, the captain is there because when push comes to shove, he is ultimately responsible for everybody on board that airplane. However, the first officer has got to be looked at as an equal partner in this mission that you guys are on when you're flying an aircraft. So without CRM training, the captain is building this gradient. The first officer is already going to be like, man, I'm not going to be able to talk to this guy the whole time. He's already bashing this other guy. So he's like, man, I better not screw up, you know? And I would be lying if I said I probably never made a joke like that to my first officer about another flight I had with someone else. So, but, you know, I always try to make it a point in my briefings. I'm like, look, man, if you see something, bring it up so we don't have to write it up. And then I said that so many times that one of my first officers, he beat me to that. I'm like, so I got to stop saying that. And then I used to say, if you see me doing something weird, it's not just a technique. I'm probably messing it up, so let me know. But yeah, that's interesting. No CRM required on this. Gustavo Yapstavo's in the house. What's up, man? Are we winning, fam? V1 iced already? What's up, guys? Good to see you, bud.
Whether or not a cockpit crew worked well together as a team was pretty much dependent on the particular personalities that happened to be operating that flight on that particular day. So, while the captain's anecdote about coming in at sunset did not directly cause the events we're now about to see, it does shed light on how an unchecked authority gradient, combined with a stark experience gap, can quietly shape a cockpit long before anything goes wrong. In any case, the topic soon changed to a search for some missing luggage, as the pilots completed the last of their pre-flight duties.
Not gonna lie, that CSS looks pretty good.
Before long,
Classic
everyone
Jetson
was on
pilot
board,
doesn't want me to try
all
it,
luggage
though.
was accounted for, and
Makes
the
the
aircraft had
TFDi
been
sound
filled
like
with just
Boris.
over 7
Jeez.
tons of fuel for the trip to Cairo. The doors were closed, and at 4:30 that morning, Flight 604 was pushed back from its gate at Sharm el Sheikh. The captain
my
would
gosh,
be flying
Land
leg
Shark.
to Cairo, while the first
Totally forgot about that. I don't want to get sidetracked. But yeah, did you hear that the captain punching Eva Air is like beating up his FO on the LAX? That's unbelievable. I'd like to hear that CVR. Like, what do you do? Like, did they take off? What happened? Jeez. It can't be worse than the SkySim DC-9. That is true, Diabetic Lad. Can't be worse. That's a good way to go, Bomb Tech. Yeah, if you think I'm being stupid, tell me now. I can't imagine you do your job and be stupid and be around to tell it, so you obviously did something right. Yeah, Fly to Live. There was a Eva Air incident at LAX because of speed. The first officer was like, you're speeding. Taxiing over 30 knots, so he started pushing him. They returned the gate, and the captain was suspended pending internal investigation. Oh my gosh. I could care less about the tapes. Or about the actual ground speed. Well, I just want to hear the tapes. Like, I gotta hear the tapes. Over taxi speed. Ay. I could just see it like 31 knots, Captain. 31 knots. So 31 knots. Too faster. And you just hear this like over the mic, you just hear this. Oh my gosh.
first officer did the paperwork and handled the radios. The weather on this night was perfect for flying. Clear skies and light winds from the west. The pilots started the engines and began their taxi to runway 22 right.
Alright, taxi out 22 right.
As they taxied out, the crew completed the last of their checklists.
Gosh, I heard a little bit
setting
of
the
the
flaps
sounds
to 5
there.
degrees and checking that the flight controls worked properly.
You guys like that?
At this point, the controller gave the crew their clearance to Cairo. After departure, they were to climb initially to flight level 140 and use a squawk code of 1673. The first officer set this clearance up in the autopilot panel and the transponder, respectively.
Textures are pretty
In the
good.
passenger cabin, once the safety briefing was complete, the cabin crew dimmed the lights and the passengers began settling in for the long journey ahead.
Ooh,
It would
that
be
doesn't
more
look
than
good.
6 hours before they arrived in Paris.
It's a long night.
As the plane neared the runway, the controller cleared the flight for takeoff and detailed the route it was to follow after departure. Sharm el Sheikh Airport sits on the coast, right between the Red Sea and a tall mountain range to the northwest, with peaks ranging up to over 8,000 feet. Because of this, departures off runway 22 include a left-hand turn, taking aircraft the long way around, giving them lots of space to gain altitude before they cross the mountains.
Oh, it's like a teardrop departure. There's a couple of there. I think there's one. What is it? Santa Barbara? No, not Santa Barbara. There's a couple. Is it Santa Barbara? There's a couple airports that we have similar type of departure. You're doing a left 270 is what you'd call that. One of my favorite ways to fly the Airbus, man, to get that departure. Yank and bank, man. Roll that sucker in 40 degrees. The 7.3 yells at you at 35, 30. That's depressing. I used to love doing those departures, man. I'd always yank it over 40 degrees, bring it to the stop. That's what we were allowed, 40 degrees with passengers on board. In a normal, right? You can go more than that if you need to, right, in the bus, but 40 degrees passenger. I used to love that, man. Crank it in, spin around. I tried to be able to, like, go back over the airport above 10,000 feet So that way the controller's like, wow, you guys are cooking. There's no sense in going the wrong direction, especially go home leg. But yeah, so standard, I mean, there's nothing crazy about that. Just a left here drop. It may not be, you know, super common, but it's definitely common enough.
On this morning, the controller told Flight 604 to take a left turn after departure and then to intercept the 306 radial from the Sharm el-Sheikh radio beacon. So, the pilots set up their navigation radios to pick up this beacon.
Okay.
It was a simple departure, which both pilots had carried out plenty of times before, both during the day and at night time. Basically, they would do a left turn all the way around towards the Sharm el-Sheikh radio beacon.
Kennedy's got one just like that, I think, actually. I think Kennedy has one. Kennedy 5 departure, you do a turn like that, depending on which climb you're on.
The first officer turned on the landing lights, and the captain
Or not
entered
Kennedy,
runway
excuse me,
22
LaGuardia.
right and lined up. The captain set the throttles to take off thrust, and the 737 began powering down.
Oh, I heard a takeoff config warning horn. Hey, do you guys want a question since we're in the 7-3 takeoff warning horn? What's going to cause the warning horn to go off on the 737? And this is an interesting thing I'm going to hit at here real quick. What causes that warning horn to go off? Cabin looks like Nintendo 64 graphics. It does, man. It does, Mickey G. The cabin is not looking good at all. Sounds like one of the Korean flights Green Dot covered. Same thing. Captain caused the FOs stay silent. Yes, Magnum. What was the 7-4? Parking brake, flaps, and spoilers. Park brake, spoilers deployed are armed. Diabetic lad. Flaps out of config. Trim out of green band. Very good. Now, let me ask you this. Let's say you're planning a flaps 5 departure. If you have the flaps in 1, will the takeoff config horn go off? If you're planning flaps 5, you set up for flaps 5, your speeds are flaps 5, but you only set flaps 1. Will the warning horn go off? Well, the answer is no, it won't, because flaps 1 is a valid takeoff setting. So technically, it's not like the bus, where the bus knows where the flap position is. Now, in the 737 MAX, there is software that will check the flap verification, but for sake of type rating, I don't believe, now this I'd have to double check my books, I don't believe it is standard equipment for it to be functional, but the MAX does allow for the takeoff config warning to be tied to the flap position rather than just the flap handle. So if you're in flaps 1 through 15, it doesn't matter, the warning horn won't sound for that. Also, if the flaps are set, trim is set, park brakes off, you still get a warning horn. It might be the spoilers did not go all the way down. That was actually a test question that I missed the first time, and I was like, oh yeah, it's when the spoilers go all the way down, because they walk you through like this scenario, but the spoilers have to be fully retracted. Even if the lever handles up, the spoilers got to be completely down. All right, just a little side tangent there. We're blasting off to Egypt. Let's go.
Within a few moments, the aircraft reached its takeoff speed, and the captain hauled it into the dark Egyptian sky. With the aircraft barely 10 feet above the ground, the captain called for the first officer to engage the heading select mode of the autopilot. Normally, the first thing the pilot flying would call for after takeoff is for the landing gear to be raised. But for some reason, the captain had jumped ahead in the sequence. The first officer rightly ignored this call out, and then, 2 seconds later, the captain called for the gear to be raised. Then, as the aircraft climbed through 400 feet above the ground, the captain again called for heading select, and the first officer engaged it.
So I missed it. He said heading select first instead of gear up. Hold on. This is an interesting.
Hauled it into the dark Egyptian sky. With the aircraft barely 10 feet above the ground, the captain called for the first officer to engage the heading select mode of the autopilot.
Now, I'm going to tell you something out of experience here. I don't know, obviously I don't know this captain, but I've been in a scenario where I've done something similar. And the reason for it being is because I was on a complex departure procedure, and I was so focused on that I just went completely out of character. I went completely out of SOP, and I called for something. I actually do think it was a nav function. What was it? It was, yeah, I think it was a turn. I actually think it was a turn. We were taking off out of somewhere. Now, I wasn't at 400 feet zippy, but it was like, positive rate, gear up, and I started calling for the heading, even though we weren't at, you were supposed to turn at like 600 feet. It wasn't a standard 400. And I was like, but I was so focused on something just a little bit abnormal, I immediately just brain fart and skipped. Now, that's why you got two people up there, right? You got the first officer to catch your airs, or vice versa. First officer did a great job. Ignored the call out, like, what? 400 feet, dude? We're not going into heading mode or rotate. We're not going heading select here. You need to get the gear up first. So, no harm, no foul. But it's interesting that he brought that up, because I have been in that exact same scenario, and I've done that exact same thing where I've just, for some reason, my mind was 2 steps ahead of where it needed to be instead of 1 step. You always want to be 1 step ahead of the airplane. But I was 2 steps ahead, and I got out of phase. But the FO was right there to check me, keep me in line. So just that's interesting.
Normally, the first thing the pilot flying would call for after takeoff is for the landing gear to be raised. But for some reason, the captain had jumped ahead in the sequence. The first officer rightly ignored this call out, and then, 2 seconds later, the captain called for the gear to be raised. Then, as the aircraft climbed through 400 feet above the ground, the captain again called for heading select, and the first officer engaged it.
All right, so we're back in phase now. No
Now,
harm, no foul.
The plane was climbing out normally, on the runway heading to its initial altitude of 14,000 feet. It's not known why the captain got these items in the wrong sequence. Calling for gear up immediately after liftoff is an almost reflexive action for pilots, drilled in by thousands of repetitions over the span of years, and in this captain's case, decades. The fact that on this night, the captain got his calls out of sequence is a small anomaly, but it hints that something was not quite right with his mind on this night.
It is.
More evidence of this will emerge as the flight progresses.
It is, and it's 100. That's really well said by Green Dot, and I'll add to something here. This is just kind of getting into the psyche of human nature and behaviors. So, and I'm not saying this is what that captain felt, but I'm telling you from experience of how I've been in a scenario similar. So when you say something that, it wasn't bad, but you said something that you're like, well, now that I said that, I really can't screw up. Like, we had an incident on stream a long time ago where I was like, wow, the controller just totally screwed up or something, and then we ended up screwing up the departure. Like, that's a moment where you don't want to screw up. So I almost wonder if, like, the captain knew he was setting this gradient to the FO. Like, I am the superior, I'm going to do everything right. And so in his mind, he's mentally thinking, like, okay, done all that, I got to be extra on it. And sometimes when you force yourself to be extra on it, if that makes sense, you end up screwing up. We'll see what it plays in it. It could also be fatigue. Fatigue is a big one. Fatigue is probably the most common reason for this. But, yeah, the universe punishes a man's hubris. Very well said. Very well said. Very well said. Look at the time. Grave danger time, indeed. I know, because at least I didn't forget to raise the gear. And I've got stories about not raising the gear. But there we go.
But a prime suspect here is fatigue. As the captain got airborne on this night, he was doing so in what is known as the window of circadian low.
This
the
is
time between
probably
2
the
a.m.
most
and
likely
6
cause.
a.m. when human performance is at its weakest.
100%.
Reaction time is slower, concentration is reduced, hand-eye coordination is worse, and there are more memory lapses and slip-ups, even for routine procedures. On top of this, the captain had done 3 flights in the past 24 hours.
Oof.
While his busy schedule was legal, it's hard to imagine that these factors combined would not have resulted in him operating at less
Huge
than his
difference
peak on
between
this
legal
night.
and safe,
And that goes a long way towards explaining what we're now about to see,
especially when
in
it
these
comes
next
to
few
rest.
crucial minutes. As the aircraft accelerated through 1,000 feet, the captain called for the flaps to be brought from the takeoff setting of 5 degrees up to just 1 degree. The first officer did this, and shortly after,
Flaps one.
the captain began a gentle turn to the left, announcing left turn as he did so. A few moments later, the first officer let the captain know that his airspeed had now built up to the point that he could retract the flaps fully, which he then did. Now the gear was up, the flaps were up, and the plane was in a climbing left-hand turn, just as planned. Right on cue, the captain called for the after takeoff checklist. But for some reason, the first officer didn't respond. One possible explanation for this is that the captain was not wearing his headset. We have no way of knowing this from the information available to us other than a throwaway comment on page 1121 of the final report.
Interesting.
But if this was the case, in the noisy cockpit, it would have been much harder for the first officer to hear him, and for him to hear the first officer. And it would explain some of the other confusing events, which would soon unfold. So, for now, the captain continued his left-hand turn, and the after takeoff checklist went uncompleted. And unstarted, in fact.
So the first officer didn't do it. Didn't hear him, or he just didn't do it. I'm gonna go with, in my opinion, as of right now, I believe the first officer just didn't hear him. If the first officer ignored him on the heading call and was like, "What are you doing?" and he's like, so he's obviously paying attention. I believe he didn't hear him. That's a very interesting comment to have in that report, that it's possible that he wasn't wearing a headset. I mean, the airplane is loud. I can't believe it. Yeah, anyway.
As the captain turned the plane to the left, away from land, any external references to the horizon disappeared. Outside the windscreen was pure blackness. January 3rd, 2004 was a moonless night, so both the sea below and the sky above were black.
Black hole effect.
In these conditions, the most important instrument in the cockpit was the attitude direction indicator, this instrument here. This was the only way by which the captain could tell whether the plane was pointing up or down, or banking left or right. How it works is quite intuitive. The brown represents the ground, while the blue represents the sky. Where they meet is the horizon. The aircraft symbol is superimposed on this, with this representing the left wing, this representing the right wing, and this square representing the plane's nose. For redundancy, there was one for the captain, one for the first officer, and one backup in the middle. So, at this moment, the plane was pitched up, its nose about 10 degrees above the horizon, and it was in a left-hand turn.
Probably not in vertical
But
speed
something
mode.
strange was now beginning to happen.
So, if you've never flown out over the ocean at night with no moon, it is more disorienting than flying an IMC. I mean, it's essentially the same thing, but I actually think it is more disorienting than IMC, because when you're at night and it's pitch black, the stark contrast between your gauges and the outside pitch blackness, it almost adds to the confusion, because that's why I'm a big fan of dimming, and I always try to, when I was a captain, I had, like in the bus, when you're a captain, you have all of the lighting controls are on your side, right? So you have the floodlights, you've got the background panel lights, you've got your PFD, ND, and the upper and lower ECAM. They're on your side. The first officer can reach over, I guess, for the ECAM lights and stuff, but it's typically the captain's the one kind of setting up the lights. So when you fly at night and if you don't dim your cockpit properly, and this is a good tip for you PPLs out there, people just in training in general, and you're going to do some night orientation and flying around, really try to get your internal lighting set properly. As dim as you can go is better, because your eyes are going to be adjusting for that, for the darkness, and you're gonna actually feel a little bit more aware of what's happening around you. If your lights are too bright on the inside and you're looking outside into a black hole, that stark contrasting can add to getting sucked into the illusions and the black hole effect and becoming disoriented. I firmly believe that. You're not going to read that in a book anywhere, but it's just something that I've kind of noticed over the years. And a matter of fact, even in the sim the last couple of days, it's kind of bothered me when we're doing we're doing everything's pretty much instrument only. We're not looking at visuals in the sim for the most part. I'm like, hey, can we like dim these lights down? He's got like his lights like super bright. I'm like, oh yeah, dim it down. Because he's got control of the MCP lights and everything. And when they're super bright, it just kind of add that contrasting, to me, can be a negative effect. So, but it's no joke. No moon, black hole,
The captain
man.
was gradually rolling out of this turn early,
He's
leveling the
disoriented.
wings on a southeasterly heading,
He's 100%
still
disoriented.
far from the northwesterly heading he
Yep.
was supposed to roll out on.
Disoriented.
At the same time, he was pitching the plane up, almost to 20 degrees above the horizon.
Wow.
This was well above the 12 degrees or so that would normally be needed
Just got a
during this
pitch
state
call.
of flight. Either the captain was not paying attention, or there was something not quite right in how he was interpreting the information in front of him.
He's not interpreting.
There are
it.
a
That's
number
the
of
thing.
different explanations for why the captain rolled out early. Some have suggested that he was trying to widen the turn, ensuring that he would cross the radio beacon at an appropriate altitude.
Possible. I'd have to
Others
see the
suggested
procedure.
that he may have mixed up his initial cleared altitude of flight level 140 with the heading of 140.
Did he roll out on 140?
Another possibility is that he became spatially disorientated, as this rollout onto 140 coincided with him passing over the coastline and losing sight of the lights on the ground.
I think it's a little bit of both. Again, these are just my opinions from what I've seen so far. I don't know about this accident at all. I'm watching it for the first time here with you. In my opinion, what I've been told by Green Dot and leaning on what I have experienced in my career, I believe got two things going on here. He's disoriented. He's probably fatigued. So really three things. He's disoriented, he's fatigued, and he's confused 140 with rollout of 140. If he rolled out for 140, just like Green Dot shows here in the sim, it's hard for me to believe that he just randomly rolled out on a heading of 140 that matched the MCP altitude of 140. So that's interesting.
In any case, with the aircraft now climbing through 3,000 feet and having flown the first part of the departure by hand, the captain decided that it was time to let the autopilot take over. He asked the first
Good
officer
idea.
to engage it.
Probably tired. Yeah. So this leads into my belief why he believes he's on the right heading, because he's calling for the autopilot. If he didn't call for the autopilot here, I'd be like, well, then he'd still be hand flying. In my opinion, it feels like he wanted to hand fly this turn all the way around, then turn the autopilot on. So he's flying the turn, he's fatigued, he got a little bit disoriented to where he's at. He sees 140, he levels the wings and engage the autopilot. Now, there's two of them up there. There's actually three of them up there. Where is the verification? Why are we rolling out 140? Hey, it's you got to keep going around, Captain. Come all the way back around 340 or whatever it was. So the way that's set up, roll out, autopilot engaged, I have to personally believe he's got a mix up between the altitude and the heading.
For the first few moments, the first officer gave no response. Then the captain said, "Not yet." It's unclear what he was referring to, but a second later, the first officer engaged the autopilot and told the captain that he had done so. Now, things started to get really strange.
That's strange there. I don't know if there's a cutout in the audio and the black box. Are they giving each other hand signals? Like, did he say something over? Maybe they're not using boom mics. Somebody said in the chat maybe his boom mic or headphone jack's not working. Very possible. That's a weird sequence of events right there. That's kind of there's really nothing you can speculate on that other than what I just said. Like, they're not hearing each other or they're making hand motions. I don't know. That's strange. Very strange.
On a conventional aircraft like the Boeing 737, the control wheel is directly connected via cables and pulleys to the flight control surfaces on the wings and tail. So, when the autopilot is in control, moving the control surfaces, this movement is visible on the control wheel itself. Here's a video from the cockpit of a 737 in cruise flight, with the autopilot connected. As the plane flies through turbulence, the autopilot is making small corrections to keep the plane flying straight and level.
Are these the SpiceJet pilots that got fired for putting their coffee cups on the start cutoff switches as well?
Without any inputs from the pilots.
Dude's got his freaking headset on the yoke. Come on, man.
So, naturally, when a pilot engages the autopilot, they are supposed to relinquish their grasp on the controls, allowing the machine to do its work. But for some unknown reason, on this dark night over the Red Sea, when the captain of Flight 604 engaged the autopilot, he continued holding the controls. And more than that, he began holding them to the right.
He's disoriented.
Up until
AF.
this point, the plane's autopilot had been in a mode called heading select, where it would guide either the pilots or the autopilot to turn the plane onto a certain heading. But now, because the captain was applying force to the controls, the autopilot mode changed from heading select to a mode known as control wheel steering.
Airbus mode.
In this mode, the pilot basically flies the aircraft through the autopilot. The autopilot is still connected, but the pilot controls the roll of the plane with the control wheel. The captain was surprised at this. As soon as the switch happened, he exclaimed something in Arabic. It's not clear whether he even realized that he was controlling the bank of the plane. All he knew was that the plane was not responding as he expected. But as he continued holding the controls, the autopilot disconnected entirely. Now, with the pitch of the aircraft still nearly 20 degrees, the airspeed started to bleed off. It was
he had to be holding that yoke pretty tight. He had to be holding that yoke pretty tight for it to go into CWS and then disengage. I don't know what he's obviously confused and disoriented. It's obvious at this point. I wonder what he talked in what he said in Arabic there. How many people CWS has killed at this point seems like a fair question. It is, man. I don't even fully understand yet why CWS exists, to be honest with you. Why does it exist on the 737? I know what it does now, but like why? Why is that even a thing? We're flying conventional or not? Like what's going on here?
no longer flying at the desired speed of 220 knots, but at 200, and then at 190. Confused about what the aircraft was doing, the captain again called for the engagement of the heading select mode of the autopilot. This, he figured, would return the flight to some normal state of affairs. The first officer engaged the heading select mode, but the autopilot itself remained disconnected. By this point, the aircraft was climbing through 4,000 feet. It had only...
So I wonder if this, in my SOP now, my new operator, pilot flying can engage his or her own autopilot. So you don't have to call for it, which I think is a good thing, because if you want it on, you're actively reaching and you'll see it. You know, like there's no chance that it gets lost in, in a communication. You're doing it yourself. So it's interesting that, this airline, they have to call for it. My previous operator was the same thing. You used to have to call for it unless you were below 10, which weird, but he engaged heading mode, but he didn't engage autopilot. Maybe the FO thinks it's still... Here's the thing. If no one heard it disengage, then to me, that would be another sign that nobody's wearing headsets up there. Because if no one's wearing headsets, it's super loud, well, then you would hear the warning louder, right? So I don't know. That kind of puts a hole in that theory. Strange things going on here. I'm kind of scratching my head on this one. In his inheritance of the non-FMC longs, the 737-200, only the captain, heading, and VOR would track the instruments. Oh, from the 200, it's a crossover? Ah, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Well then, and then they probably don't get rid of it because it'd be a new type rating. That's probably why it's still there, CWS. Interesting.
only been 2 minutes and 10 seconds since takeoff. But over the next few moments, the mild confusion in the cockpit would escalate into something much more serious. And here is where we get into some controversial territory. Flight 604 now began a slow roll to the right.
Is he still holding
Egyptian investigators would put forward several theories for what had caused this, including a jammed cable, a problem with the aileron trim, and a problem with the autopilot. However, no evidence was found that there was anything physically wrong with the aircraft. The American...
Now, as we go into the conspiracy part of this, I just want to make it perfectly clear for the record that I don't believe anybody, especially Boeing, especially anybody at people of power at Boeing or in the government. So I am your number one fan for conspiracies, so I'm curious to see what foot they put forward here. Boeing says they found nothing to say that there is a control cable issue here. To me, I really haven't seen an issue with it either. If anything, I think because he was holding the yoke to the right and he was in CWS mode to the right, it's going to go to the right. No one's re-engaged the autopilot. So the way CWS works is if he had right aileron and the autopilot went into CWS and disengaged, the aircraft would still theoretically be wanting to go to the right. I just saw lightning strike out the window. That's pretty sweet. So that, to me, it seems, well, yeah, there's nothing wrong with the airplane. It's just, it appears that was the last commanded input was to the right. So what did Boeing say here?
And French investigators focused on a much more simple and more human cause. In
Yes,
the middle of the
Magnum,
night,
yes, essentially.
tired from a demanding flying schedule and with nothing to see out the window, they proposed the captain fell prey to a long understood threat of night flying: spatial disorientation. His inner ear was sending signals to his brain, telling him that he was either flying level or turning to the left.
This is a very, I know you guys are familiar with this, disorientation, spatial disorientation. I'm telling you, it's a real thing, and it is very powerful. So, for me, full motion sims, I actually hate them because I get spatially disoriented when we do ground ops like RTOs and things of that nature, because my brain, the whole full motion sim system is designed to trick your brain. The more experience you have and the more flying time that you have, they say the worse sims get for some people. That is my case. I used to love sim, had no issue with full motion sim. I mean, I don't have an issue with it, but I get uncomfortable because the sim, I can tell what's tricking me. So when you do an RTO to simulate deceleration, the simulator basically tilts forward, right? And you hang forward. That simulates deceleration. My brain can decipher the difference between actual deceleration and the sim tipping forward. So I get this super weird disorientation feeling. Any taxiing on the ground, I absolutely hate it, man. When we have to taxi, it just, I don't even look. I kind of look below the MCP. I'm not looking out the freaking screens because it's so disorienting to me. That's the same thing that happens when you're in the air. Now, thankfully, luckily, I've never had disorientation in flight that I can think of, like serious disorientation. I mean, I've had some weird, like, you know, when you fly into a cloud, if you don't have the autopilot on, you pitch up a little bit because you get that disorientation feeling that you got to, for some reason, you got to pitch up. I mean, I've had little things like that. It's all things that we're aware of. As long as you're aware of it, you can nip it in the bud, right? But simulators, oh my goodness, can't stand it. The ground op specifically, when we're up in flight, you know, when there's no visuals, you're just in a gray screen, it doesn't bother me at all. But essentially, that's what happens to you in flight, and it can become it's an extremely powerful sensation that will drive you to put inputs on the controls that in other situations you would be like, why on earth would I put that input on the control right now? So just a little,
when in fact
side
he was
note.
beginning to bank to the right.
Yeah, he started banking on the right.
It's hard to overstate how convincing
this
sensation is.
Oh, here we
What
go.
could be more obviously true, more immediate,
lightning outside,
than what
for
your
sure.
body is telling you? Such signals don't demand any thought, interpretation, or any questioning. There's
Oh, I feel like we need to check what's going on inside here. What do we got? Oh my. Is that what are we over right now? Oh my goodness, we're coming up on Taiwan already. That was quick. Is there any weather radar I gotta put on here? Yeah, we're coming up on Taiwan right now. How cool is that? That's a cool shot. Alright. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Now, of course, when I move the camera back over here. Where's my... There we go. Alright, so he's disoriented. I fully believe it.
simply taken at face value, as much as sight or sound is. In the captain's head, he knew, as much as it's possible to know such a thing, that he was turning to the left. But something was happening. His plane appeared to be behaving strangely. The autopilot had clicked out, seemingly of its own accord. And now, for some reason, the plane was banking further to the wrong side. "See what the aircraft did?" the captain asked. The plane was now banked 12 degrees to the right, and continuing to bank more as it climbed. However bewildered the captain was, his first officer could see exactly what was happening. "Turning right, sir," he said. To him, it couldn't have been more obvious. Not only was his ADI showing a right-hand turn, but his control wheel, which was mechanically connected to the captain's, was also being held to the right. So puzzled was the captain, though, that it took him 3 full seconds to respond to the first officer's prompt.
Yeah.
The first officer repeated himself.
What
But the captain's confused.
What are we doing about the pitch here, guys? 20 degrees nose up. You should never be at 20 degrees nose up. I mean, I should say never, but yeah, if you find yourself, here's a rule of thumb for airliner flying. Anybody that's going to, pursue a career in aviation, just know when you exceed 15 degrees pitch, you probably shouldn't be there, right? There's few scenarios where 15 degrees plus of pitch in an airliner is where you want to be. Now, granted, on some takeoffs, you're going to get there. But just in general, you're climbing out on a departure procedure, and you find that pitch attitude at 20 degrees, that should be a red flag. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we pitching up so high? You don't even need to look at the airspeed indicator. 20 degrees nose up, we got a problem.
Confusion only deepened. He was caught completely off guard. His body was clearly telling him that he was turning left, just as he had planned.
He's in a
Yet
disoriented
here was his first officer
state.
telling him that the opposite was true. Given his confused state of mind, the stress he was now...
Well, the FO seems like he could have been clear. What would you say to the captain? What did he say? I thought he said aircraft is turning right, sir. Let's see. How turning right?
He was caught completely off guard,
Let's see.
the captain asked.
See what the aircraft did?
The plane was now banked 12 degrees to the right, and continuing to bank more as it climbed. However bewildered the captain was, his first officer could see exactly what was happening. "Turning right, sir," he said.
Turning right, sir.
To him,
Yeah.
it couldn't.
So what would I say, Ryan, in that carrier? It'd be like, if you're sitting with the airplane, well, I hope, right? You have Monday morning quarterbacking situation here. I would hope that if I was ever in that situation, I would be able to catch it early on and say, "Hey, Cap, where are you going?" Like, that'd be the first thing. Like, or where are we going? Like, you don't have to be like, don't have to say it like, where are you going? Like in a derogatory, but like, hey, where are we going? Like, just kind of get the captain in the loop. Ask him a question, right? Ask him a question. That's always I love that phrase. How do you state something to a captain if you have that little bit of a cockpit gradient thing going on? State it as a question. Like, instead of, we should slow down, be like, hey, do you want to slow down to like turbulence penetration speed? Or do you want to, are you, you're going 8.0, right? Or do you want to be going 8.0 right now? Ask it as a question, like, hey, we're turning right, right? Or why are we turning right? We should be going left. Captain, why are we 20 degrees nose up? Or, hey, watch the pitch, man. We're getting a little bit high. We should be going left. At the very worst case, then go ahead and, take control of the aircraft. But I always, I think if you propose it as a question, it does two things. It gets the other person out of their kind of mental fog because they have to process the question first, and then they have to be like, okay, what is the question? And then they have to come up with an answer to what they're doing. So it almost kind of immediately puts you in a new type of response. You have to think about it. Captain 3/4 asleep on cruise control. I mean, that's kind of what it seems like, AJ. I mean, honestly, it kind of seems like it. It's kind of wild. Yeah, what the first officer is doing is hinting and hoping, 100%. So the first officer is new to the airplane. He's got a severe cockpit gradient. He doesn't want to be made fun of. Doesn't want to be disrespectful. So he is giving as little input as possible, hoping that the captain is going to realize what's going on here. But the first officer may not realize that the captain is just fully disoriented right now. So add cultural gradient. Absolutely. It's a cultural gradient as well, Gus. You're absolutely right. So calling them an idiot is the wrong way to go about it. Only if it's your buddy, Mickey G. Only if it's your buddy. That's the best way to go. It'll be like, hey, dumbass, what are you doing? So, yeah, that's frustrating. So it appears the first officer, where's the third pilot in this? The third pilot hasn't said anything. I find that interesting as well. The guy in the jump seat's got more time than both of them combined. Why is he total time anyway? Well, I guess the captain at 6,000 total, but I mean, still, he's a 4,000 hour guy sitting in the jump seat. He hasn't said a word.
To be more obvious, not only was his ADI showing a right-hand turn, but his control wheel, which was mechanically connected to the captain's, was also being held to the right. So puzzled was the captain, though, that it took him 3 full seconds to respond to the first officer's prompt. The first officer repeated himself. But the captain's confusion only deepened. He was caught completely off guard. His body was clearly telling him that he was turning left, just as he had planned. Yet here was his first officer telling him that the opposite was true.
Yeah, Taiwan looks
Given
good
his
down
confused state of mind, the stress he was now under, and quite possibly fatigue from the cumulative effects of poor sleep over the previous days, the captain may have
Mickey
reverted
Jesus.
to a much earlier time in his flying experience, when he flew a Russian-made MiG fighter jet. He had around 1,000 hours on this jet, more than he had on the 737, as it happened.
there. Oh, is
And
this
it
with
made
the
up much
reverse
of his early jet experience.
ADI thing?
The reason this is important is that on Russian aircraft, the ADI works the other way around.
Yeah.
In Western-built ADIs,
This
like
is
that on the
wild.
737,
This is wild here. Watch this.
when the plane makes a turn, the aircraft symbol here remains static, while the horizon moves. So if you're used to this representation, and at a quick glance you see the horizon sloping off with the left side low, you instinctively interpret that as the plane turning to the right. On the other hand, on Russian-built aircraft, the horizon stays static, and the plane symbol moves. So, a right turn in a Western aircraft looks like a left turn in a Russian aircraft. The two instruments are saying the same thing, but in very different ways.
Yeah. I don't know how they
As
get off the
humans,
ground,
when
man.
we're stressed, we often simply go back to the first way we learned
Yes,
something.
100% true. You always go back to the lowest level of training or the principle of primacy. Please say primacy.
The way that's most deeply ingrained in our brain. It's been said that in emergencies, pilots don't rise to the occasion, but fall back to the level of their training. Now, on this dark night over the Red Sea, it's possible that that's exactly what happened to the captain of Flight 604. Confused, tired, and stressed, the signals his body was sending him, telling him that he was in a left-hand turn, matched what he saw on his instruments, given his previous early experience with Russian-style attitude indicators.
Very true.
To him, the autopilot disconnecting was an isolated anomaly. Rather,
Go back to the lowest. I have so many examples of this most recently. In the sim, get a little bit of stress going on. The first thing I say on the radio, my old call sign. I've been saying that call sign for 10 years. I didn't say it one time. Just a little bit of stress going on in the sim, just a little bit of high energy. First thing I do, I revert back to what I've been doing for 10 years. Completely different airline call sign. Right? So it's just, there's a ton of examples of that primacy issue. Not even just primacy, but like your lowest level of, not even lowest level training, but you're most familiar with too. Bourbon 356. I didn't say bourbon.
than a symptom of the very illusion he was now succumbing to. So imagine his confusion when the first officer told him that he was turning to the right. As the seconds ticked on, the captain's confusion only grew. He continued holding the control wheel to the right.
I'm not so sure he's actually holding the control wheel, because if he was in CWS, well, they went back to heading select, but the autopilot's not on. So even if you go back to heading select, the flight directors will command the heading, but the aircraft is still going to be banked to the right because the last roll mode engaged was CWS. Unless I missed something here. If they were in CWS, the airplane would have still been in a right turn. Well, how much of the horizon? Dalton, it's not necessarily the horizon. It's the wings on the horizon. It's the attitude bars are going to be at the same angle as if you were in the opposite turn. All right. So the CWS. Oh, so it did disarm. Okay, I missed that. Okay, I missed it. But either way, I mean, still, the last input was to the right. Even if CWS disarmed, the last input on the control column was to the right. So either he's holding it to the right, or the airplane, no one has rolled it out of the right turn. So this is where, you know, you get the argument of, well, Air France 447 had haptic joysticks and the other pilots could see what the other pilot was doing, they wouldn't have crashed. I say I don't think that would, I don't think so. Because you have incidents like this, right? So you've got a first officer who knows what's going on. They know he's going to the right. He can see it in his control column, but he's not doing anything about it. So who's to say that on Air France 447, if you had the side stick, the haptic side sticks, that the other pilot would have, you know, overrode what the other guy was doing? I don't know. It definitely would have been an extra layer of safety, but we can't say for certain because there are accidents like this throughout history where you see you have the controls in front of you, the other guy knows what's going on, and it still turns out bad.
And the aircraft obeyed. Its bank angle now approaching 40 degrees.
Yeah,
this is
Magnum,
much
absolutely.
steeper
He
than
has
what is
authority
typically
to do
done
it. He
on
should
passenger
be,
jets.
That's literally his job.
This
Turk
alone
said.
should have prompted him to level the wings. But given that he didn't do this, it was now time for the first officer to step in. He had already pointed out that the plane was banking to the right, and that was met with total confusion. Now, a more direct approach was required.
Yes.
He could tell the
Take the
captain
controls.
outright to turn the control wheel to the left. But just then, the captain realized that whatever he was doing wasn't helping the situation, and he said, "Okay, come out." He returned his control wheel to the neutral position, and the roll stopped.
Okay, so he was holding it. He was definitely holding it.
The plane was now
Yeah,
banked
see it a bit
about
of skid
40
down.
degrees to the right, and it was in a sharp right-hand turn, just passing through a southerly heading. It had now climbed through 5,000 feet in altitude. This was a crucial moment in the flight. The aircraft was now very clearly in what is known as an upset condition. That is, an unintentional deviation from normal flight parameters. Many airlines provide what is known as upset prevention and recovery training as part of their training syllabus. This gives pilots both the theoretical knowledge and practical skills to avoid getting into such states, and if they find themselves in them, to get out quickly and safely. However, much like with CRM, this training was not mandatory in Egypt at the time, so Flash Airlines didn't provide it for its pilots.
Jeez. There you go. I mean, that's unbelievable. Just money, right? Just, it's not required. We're not going to pay for it. Why didn't ATC contact non-radar environment, Gus said. So you got to think in different parts. We get very spoiled here in the United States. I mean, this will happen as close to the Mexico border. I mean, you start flying Mexico, South America. Canada's got pretty good radar. They have a lot of radar stuff if you're in populated areas. But we get spoiled here in the States. Like, yeah, what an ATC? Hey, what are you guys doing over there? But when you're in non-radar environment, you're on your own. You are on your own.
But in this case, what was needed to save the plane was not some heroic display of flying skill. All that was needed was for the first officer to announce that he had control and to simply turn the plane to the left and reduce its pitch altitude. Here's how long that would take to do. But that's not what happened. Instead, still unable to build a true picture of the aircraft's orientation, the captain again began rolling the plane further to the right.
He's so disoriented right now.
Still deferential to his much more experienced captain, the first officer simply called out, "Over bank," without taking control of the aircraft. The plane was now banking more than 50 degrees to the right,
Jeez.
closer to being on its side than right way up. With this, the altitude peaked at 5,600 feet, and then the plane began dropping.
Nose is coming down.
The captain was now so confused that he began reaching at anything he could to right the plane. But he stopped short of handing control to his first officer. Instead, he called for him to engage the autopilot.
Nah.
But autopilots
Not
are
gonna
not
work,
built
Chief.
to save aircraft from these kinds of situations. They're no more able to recover a plane from an upset than a car's cruise control is able to prevent a collision. So, as soon as the first officer pressed the autopilot button, it immediately disengaged. The plane continued rolling further and further to the right, and the nose dipped well below the horizon. The 737 was now
Wow.
diving towards the sea, picking up speed rapidly as it did so. The third pilot, sitting horrified in the jump seat, was in a clear position to see what was happening. But perhaps believing it was not his place to get involved, or that doing so would only increase confusion, he didn't say anything. He was helplessly watching disaster unfold.
You got, I mean, if I can if I can give any advice to, sorry, I got my voice is going on me. If you guys can take anything away from me, for all I do, for every video I've ever created, every stream I've ever done, if you're a pilot going through training right now and your goal is to be in a crew environment, whether it's airlines, corporate, 135, whatever, never sit there in silence. I don't care how uncomfortable you are. I don't care if you're wrong. You have to say something if you think something is wrong. You have to speak up. Do not sit there and hope that the captain or the pilot flying has it under control. If your spidey senses start standing up, or your hair starts standing up on the back of your neck, you're like, what is going on here? He's got it. I think he's got it. I'm not going to say anything. Like, you got to speak up. You got to speak up. But just wild. I mean, you got this is, again, pre-CRM while we train for these things, but it's just like you sit there in the jump seat and you're watching it unfold. I mean, there are so many ways to go about it without being disrespectful. So at this point, 5,600 feet, almost knife edged over. I mean, they probably could still recover it at this point, but not for long, man. Not for months. Cultural distance would remain no matter what. A former fighter pilot guy probably retired. Sale and the guy's an asshole. I mean, that's true. I mean, wait, these are. I mean, Egypt isn't Japan. We're not talking about the Last Samurai here, where the guy's gonna fall on his own sword, right? But I do understand. I mean, that's the culture back there. But what I'm saying now, in 2026, it doesn't matter what your culture is. You should be speaking up. You don't think that this captain would have hoped somebody would have spoke up by now? I guarantee you, any one of them would have been okay with that jump seater sticking up.
In the back, the passengers knew that something was going badly wrong. They could feel themselves getting lighter in their seats as the nose dipped below the horizon and as the wind began whooshing past the fuselage. Panicked, some passengers began screaming. "Overbank, overbank, overbank," shouted the first
He knows
officer.
what's going on. See, he's this is where it gets me. Like, he knows what's going on. This isn't like that, what was it, the Korean air crash where the guys just were quiet and he just let them drive it in? This first officer, he knows what's happening. He's even saying overbank. I mean, so it's like, I mean, Gus, I get what you're saying, but he knows what's going on and he's speaking up. Just take control. Take control at this point.
But the captain kept the control wheel held to the right, worsening its dive with every passing second.
My aircraft.
Now,
My aircraft.
its nose was 40 degrees below the horizon, and the aircraft had rolled onto its side.
Yeah, that's going to be...
The captain
no-go.
called for the autopilot again, but nothing could help him now. The airspeed was rapidly increasing and approaching the point where the plane could be torn apart by aerodynamic forces. Seeing this, the observer shouted at the captain to pull the engine power back. The captain pulled the throttles all the way back to idle. But idle power is barely enough to slow a plane down when it's descending normally. With the nose pointed directly at the ground,
Jeez.
this was hopeless in reducing its speed. Far more important than the speed was for the wings to be leveled and for the plane to be pulled out of its dive. And now, finally, that's exactly what either one or both of the pilots began doing. The plane rolled sharply to the left, and then the control wheels were pulled hard towards the pilots.
So who knows who too late now. 1,600 feet, 50 degrees nose low, 340 knots. You're cooked. You're cooked here. There's no pulling out of that. You'll rip the wings off. I wonder, see, they can't tell. I'm sure they can't tell who was pitching and rolling, but they obviously, initiated the recovery. It just waited too long. I would bet it's the FO. I bet you the captain is still just like, he's out of it.
Just 1,300 feet above the water, the overspeed placard began sounding. Finally, the plane was being pulled out of its terrifying dive. It was an incredibly violent maneuver, with the G-forces pushing everyone on board into their seats,
on that?
causing them to weigh 3 and then 4 times their normal weight as the plane heaved its nose upwards.
Oh my gosh.
The aerodynamic noise was tremendous, and the hellish cacophony in the cockpit was soon worsened by the appearance of the most feared warning of all, that of the ground proximity warning system.
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull
But there
up.
just wasn't enough altitude
Pull
left
up.
to recover.
Pull up. Pull.
Less than 3 minutes after takeoff, traveling at 770 kilometers per hour, Flight 604 smashed into the Red Sea.
God.
All 148 people on board were killed instantly. Flash Airlines went bankrupt shortly after the accident. But that's not where the story ends. The crash of Flight 604 gave the European Aviation Safety Agency the final push it needed to bring in a rule where, if one of its member states banned an airline from operating, this ban would automatically apply for all of the countries in the European Union. If this rule had been in place at the time, this accident may never have happened. The crash itself served as a powerful reminder of the importance of crew resource management, regardless of the root cause of the accident, be it spatial disorientation, automation confusion, or mechanical failure. CRM training, which was not mandatory at the time, is now required in most parts of the world, including Egypt. In aviation, accidents rarely occur because of one single failure. They happen when a long chain of mistakes, latent risks, and vulnerabilities line up in just the wrong way. The story of aviation safety over the past few decades is the story of each of these links in the chain being addressed, one by one, not always through new technology, but through better training, better culture, and a growing recognition that safety depends as much on human interaction as it does on engineering.
That's terrible. Those are tough ones to watch. We just got to be thankful that we live in an era where CRM is mostly widely accepted and practiced. I'm sure there's still some areas, still some parts of the world. But Egypt under military dictatorship, you don't challenge that type of power if you want to keep anything in your life and your family. I mean, I get it. I get that. But that's what you're paid to do. That is what you are paid to do up there. It'd be one thing if the FO said nothing and they just drove it in. I think it was wasn't it Korean? Was it a Korean Airlines 74, Gus, where they concluded that the first officer just watched the accident go down. He didn't even say anything. So, I get the cultural thing there. But the fact that he was so close, I think that's what's the hard part for me, is he was so close because he was saying stuff. He knew what was going on, and he was technically speaking up. He just didn't go that extra step and take that's the one, Magnum Dongle. The FO was getting berated on the Korean Air, and he stayed silent. That's the one. Yes, that one to me is, there's no amount of CRM that you're going to train at. That is 100% ironclad cultural. The captain was berating the first officer, and the FO just stayed silent as he drove it into the ground and killed everybody. That is something that the Western brain cannot comprehend very well. But I guess I don't know. I guess that's why it's just frustrating for me, because it seemed like he was so close. He was saying it was a bank to the right. He knew it was a bank to the right. I firmly think, let's go back to the beginning of the train. Let's go all the way back to the beginning of the video. Dude's got 400 hours total time, right? 700 hours total time. He hasn't had the experiences yet to be able to vote to. He hasn't had the experiences yet to have acquired the tools in the tool bag to more effectively handle that situation. And then you throw on the top the cultural thing. Because I mean, I believe it. I 100% believe you, guess. But the fact that he was, it seemed like he was trying. You know, it seemed like he was trying to fix the problem. I just think he lacked the tools to effectively handle that situation. It's sad, man. Just sad. He was a fighter pilot of the spearhead of the Air Force. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. I mean, I get it, and you know, and he set the tone, right? He set the tone at the very beginning of the flight, talking about the guy the other day. He's like, "You don't say that inside." You know, I get it. Mickey G says, "There's no rank in the cockpit. That's what we say in the military. No excuses not to speak up." Amen to that, dude. That's a good way to go about that. All right, what are we looking at? I don't think we're gonna do our step climb now. When are we supposed to do it? Cadlo. Cadlo's at 22. I think we're just gonna stay at 22, guys. Shoot, we're landing with 19.4. We'll be there at 12:07. We got 1 hour. Perfect. I mean, that was perfect timing. We got 1 hour to kind of get things together here. Get our cockpit lights set here in a little bit. We'll dim those just a tad. We are cooking AO selected. What do we got? We got, oh, it's doing a good job of holding 8-1. Or try, well, not allowing us to select A1. It's commanding the limit speed. Simulation happening. That's good. Love to see it. Look at our stab trim. What is that? That's a little bit scary. That's a force feedback problem for you. Look at those wing lights. You know what I probably should have loaded is some charts for Kitec. Anybody got charts? I don't know where my IGS-13 chart is. He didn't set the tone. He is the tone. He was the high officer of the military dictatorship that run the country. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. That was 180 seconds for our perspective. It was drawn out. Oh, yeah. It happens quick, twist-offs. You're absolutely right. It happens quick. You know, that was a 30-minute video over a 2-minute event. And I think, you know, from what we saw and what I saw and what Green Dot proposed is I firmly believe the captain was 100% disoriented and fatigued, probably a little bit confused, because when he rolled out at the exact heading of the altitude he was assigned to, so he was obviously lost. Going into CWS, I wonder what would happen if CWS didn't exist in that scenario. If the same outcome would happen. Just that little bit of time in CWS where it's locked in at a right bank and then it was disengaged. I don't know. I wonder if that had any factor at all on the accident. A leftover piece of technology from the Jurassic 7.3. In a real environment, how pissed could the captain flying get if FO takes control and he would consider it unnecessary? I mean, you never know what anybody's going to do. There was a Delta pilot that threatened to shoot the captain if he diverted. You guys hear about that? And they didn't want that one to get out on the news. But yeah, there was a conflict at cruise altitude, FFDO. We have pilots that carry guns here in the United States, and the captain was thinking about diverting, and the first officer said, "If you divert, I'm going to shoot you." So they didn't divert. But I guarantee you that guy's not flying anymore. So it just is, yeah. I know this is somewhat unrelated, but even in my other industry, if you have a chef going around saying the day is going to suck, it sets the tone and morale for the rest of the crew. You're absolutely right, Julian McCoy. You're absolutely right. Set the tone. And that's the part that I think I'm going to miss the most about the next chapter of my aviation career is it's not, starting over, which is a lot. I mean, it sucks to start over. There's no way around that bush. But is being back in the right seat is I have no issue with it. It's the one thing I miss though from the left seat is being the tone setter. Because when you're in the right seat, there's nothing like showing up to work happy go lucky, ready to go, and you sit down next to that captain and you're like, oh, this is gonna be a dud. When you're in the left seat and you have an FO that's a little suboptimal, like, okay, it's whatever. You just keep a good tone, keep the vibes up, keep the crew, because the crew, the flight attendants, everybody, they're gonna feed off your energy, not so much the FO. Now they, a little bit, but it's just, to me, the captain should be the tone setter from the second that you walk on the airplane, and that I do enjoy that aspect of being a captain, and I think I will miss that in the right seat. Hopefully, I don't fly with too many guys that are, not good tone setters, but you're always gonna have a handful of guys. There's no way around that. You fly with enough people, you're gonna fly with people that you just don't get along with. It's part of the job. But top it all off, you had to do the walk around and you stepped in a puddle. Exactly. Yeah, get ready to do my walk arounds. I think I'm gonna bring my hat just for those heavy rain walk arounds. I may not wear it all the time, but I mean, gosh, if you walk around in the rain and it just goes all down your neck and your shirt, I don't know. What you're saying is now you're riding on the back seat of a motorcycle. Exactly. Yeah, Andre, you didn't hear about that? Yeah. It's a pretty interesting scenario. You activated stealth mode. You don't see my lights in 24. I don't see your lights, Zippy. Let's see. Are you right above me still? Did I pass you? I might have passed you, Zip. Oh, no, I saw lights. I see lights back there. Who's that? Let me go into this view here. I can zoom in. Oh, yeah. I can see. I can definitely see you back there, yeah. And I can see someone behind you. And someone below you. I think we've all kind of caught up. There's someone else right there. The hat wearers are 100% judged. Bring on the judgment. Dude, the hat is cool. I think I would only wear the hat, like wear the hat if I'm wearing like blazer and overcoat. I don't know, dude. It looks cool. I don't know why people hate on the hat so much. The captain hat looks way cooler though. FO hat's kind of meh. ETA on approach. So I got to look at the. We are only 274 miles out. I got to get some. Let me pull up my old charts for Kai Tak IGS 13. I got to see what the altitudes are. We have the IGS 13 in the box, but I would like to find. Is it in my pictures? I know I have one around here somewhere. IGS. I hate to open this and go searching. Downloads? No. When's the last time I flew to Kai Tak? It's been a minute, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, here it is. I got it right here. All right, IGS 13. This is what we're dealing with. Winds are 350 at 10. Ooh, that's at Hong Kong though, not at Kai Tak. people hate on the hat because of the attitude of people traditionally wear the hat. They are the remnants of the SNs. Ah, I see. I see. Well, I'll just squash that. I'm fine being judged. I'll squash the judgment immediately. Like, hey man, can I get you coffee? Like, hey, I'm not. I'll just be like, hey, I'm not a total d-bag. I'm just balding. That'll be my line. No, but I definitely wouldn't want to wear the hat without blazer and jacket on. The short sleeves with hats, I think it looks so off. Yep, I got the right here. I've seen some crazy cranky captains when I was a loadmaster in my past. Could always tell their FO wasn't comfortable. Yes, that's never a good thing. I've jump seated on a few flights where the FO is just like, you could just tell. Like, yeah, I know how this is going. All right. Yeah, 777. I found it. So we're going to be approaching via the Shanshuang CHNDB. We're not going to do the turn the NDB because I think we're leading the pack. So we want to get down and beat everybody in so we can watch them crash on the approach. Waypoint Golf is off an NDB. What do we got for altitudes? At or above 8,000 over Changshuang, and then 6,000 over Gulf NDB. C note. Where's the note? 6,000 feet prior to crossing CH. Oh. Initial approach 8,000 for the turn, 6,000 prior to crossing, subject to ATC approval. That's probably for spacing. All right, then we go to Waypoint Golf, Sierra Lima NDB 360, C note B. Bearing 30, right descending turn on track 045. C note 1. I don't think I have notes on this. All right, then we're going to the Shallow Wan NDB 045 inbound. Min prof altitude, we're going to go down to 2,000. So outer marker 6, Sierra Lima. Let's make Sierra Lima a hard altitude of 5. Let's make Sierra Lima a hard altitude of 5,000 NDB. And then it'll be right descending turn, because just after the NDB, we can go down to 4,500 on a glide path. 3.1 down to the DH. We're going to do a min prof down to 2,000, I believe, and then I will take over control there. So let's take a look at our flight plan page here. And let's go ahead and actually start setting this up. So we're going to scroll you, and actually we can put you in plan view, increase, decrease the range, throw the data on the screen if we got it. All right, Magog, Alpha, we've already got some. All right, so 8,000, 6 at Gulf. Can we cross-reference that again? CH, Gulf is the NDB. Gulf is at 6 instead of 5. Okay, so they want us at 6. Well, let's leave it then. Shoot, let's leave it as is. 8,000, 6,000. IGS 13 intercept. 3.1 degrees. It's in the box. Well, heck, we don't have to set any of this up. It's all in the box. This is good. 3.1 all the way down. Outer marker, and we're going to be visual with the checkerboard and bring it in. We're going to go auto brakes medium, and for minimums we'll set a reference altitude. Let's just call it let's give ourselves something like 500 in the barrow, just as a reference as we're making that. Well, I don't want that going off in the turn. Let's do 1,000-foot barrow, just so we have something to alert us. Andre, Kitech is in the sim by default in 2024. It's actually pretty good, man. It's pretty good. If you haven't seen it before, there's some little surprise off the right wing for the approach, which we will highlight. Odds of anyone getting lost again? It's highly likely. Highly likely. So we got 1,000-foot barrow. Wanted to take a look at the takeoff approach. We are going to have to do this. This airplane gets so funky at flaps 50. Flaps 35 is 156. Get an extra 5 knots. Let's do flaps 50. We're gonna smash this sucker. Flaps 50. We need to reset this to 10. Or I think reset it to 10 or 15. We'll leave it at 10. Is 50 not allowed for this? Is 50 not allowed? I want to do 50. Grave danger. Let's do flaps 30. Okay, fine. Flaps 35. I was just thinking, I mean, shoot, 156, 161 across the turn there, chat. That's going to be 156 of a VAP. All right. Fix info page. We're not going to mess with that. Reference page. No. Nav rad page. I don't want to mess with this box too much because it makes me nervous. Send it. What could go wrong? Well, I think the airplane kind of handles weird for flaps 50, if I'm being completely honest with you. We should probably turn our wing lights off. Trying to see if there was any limitation on final approach speed. What category approach? Well, I saw, no, MD11s used to fly in here all the time, so we would be fine. The IGS 13 is 111.9. This should auto-tune. 111.9. But we'll make sure, we'll check it here later. Pre-select it. We'll double check when we get started down on the approach. We're handling a plane. We're like 4 feet above the rooftops, the sky frames, and a bank. So the turn inbound, we're going to have to be very careful. We're going to have to lead the turn on the approach lights on this one. Coming in at that speed. Yeah, we're 216. We're about ready to start down here. We'll set initial altitude of 8,000 feet. That's our first one. And let's go into FMS speeds. Why don't we do that? Start dialing it back. Yeah, we'll keep it fast until MyGog, and then we'll go to FMS speeds. I flew to Kitech in 1974 in MD11 runway 13 on a storm thrust set. That is so cool, man. I bet that's a hell of a memory. What airline was it, dude? Can you share? I love the Kitech vids, man. There's one of a 747. Is it a 100 or a 200? It's a 7.4 Classic. And these guys are flying in a rain, fog, and mist. And it's just epic. You just hear the engines. It screams Phoebus. There's also a video of an Alitalia MD11 landing on the runway edge line. The old school Cathay guy said they cheated left on the approach to give them. Yeah. So if you look at the lights, there's actually the approach rabbits are inside of the checkerboard by a significant amount. So you could kind of hug the checkerboard longer and then make that turn in, which we may adopt a little bit of that. Oh, it was a charter flight, 300 doctors. Wow. That's so cool, thrust set. That's very cool, man. I uploaded the Alitalia MD11 on my old YouTube video when I was a kid. Heck yeah, Andre. Heck yeah, man. My tax dollars paid for whole runway, so I'm going to use whole runway. Let's run a, speaking of whole runway. Perf. 13, get weather information. Get landing weight. It won't calculate. Let's do a tail one. What'd you say it was? 310 vodka? let's do 310 at 10 to give us a worst case scenario. It's probably, I don't know, 10 degrees ish down there. Say 15. And standard pressure. The iPad and the sounds need work, man. Alright, so standard pressure, temp, 10 knot tailwind. We've got a stop distance 8,000, estimated in 5,900 feet. So I think we'll be fine. Stole it from LimeWire. Now that is, that's a blast from the past, my man. You LimeWire thief, you. You LimeWire thief. Wow, look at the lights of Hong Kong already. That's Hong Kong out there. So it's weird. On my OBS, it looks really kind of dark. But on my screen, it looks brighter. Interesting. Oh, it might have been a DC-10 thrust set for sure. DC-10 is still my three-holer order of preference. I'm going to put the L10 above the 7.2 because it's a wide body. L10, 11, 727, but both very near and dear to my heart. DC-10, and then MD11. MD11 is my least favorite of the tri-holers, but I still really like it. A night stream flyby 10. What's up, my man? Yeah, dude, we've been flying all night. We've been flying a long haul. Well, a long haul for me, 4.5 hour flight. We decided to go down to flight level 220 because I didn't realize the winds over Japan were almost 200 knots. So we're rolling cold now, man. We flew at 22,000 feet, burned up an extra 15,000, almost 20,000 pounds of gas, hit it into Kai Tak, about 180 miles out. So we are quickly approaching TOD. MD10 is, that's just the DC-10 MD. Holy, oh my goodness. Kai Tak is online. That scared me, guys. I'm not used to those sounds. Oh my goodness. Kai Tak, Hong Kong Center. Hong Kong Center online 127.1. Chat, it's about to go down. It's about to go down. About jumped out of my seat. Alien sounds confirmed. Affirmative, Japan Air 357, level flight level 220.
Japan Air 357, squawk 2303, caution 2307, confirm squawk low Charlie.
2307, low Charlie for Japan Air 357. 2307, altitude report.
Cargo 213, Hong Kong radar identify expand. Confirm you are expecting IGS approach.
237. Was he talking to me? Oh, no.
Expecting the IGS approach over Lufthansa Cargo 2013.
Lufthansa Cargo 2013 on radar. Japan 357 Hong Kong radar identified expand IGS approach runway 13 proceed direct Charlie Hotel.
We'll expect IGS 13 Charlie Hotel, Japan Air 357 Heavy. Chat, it's about to go down. It's about, how do I dim this light? And where am I panel lighting? I don't like the MD11 lighting.
Hong Kong, All Nippon 646 Super, level 360.
Super, he's gonna be like a
All
super.
Nippon 646 Hong Kong radar.
He's like, this guy is nuts. Oh, this light, here it is right here. We're gonna dim these screens down. Be careful not to dim the
Hong Kong, you didn't
fuel
copy the last
controls.
of that.
Alright, there we go. We're dimmed and ready.
All Nippon 646 Hong Kong radar squawk 26.
Hong Kong VATSIM is very active. They also have very active Discord channel. Really?
Say again, 26.
That's awesome.
I didn't get the last two for the squawk, 646.
All Nippon 646 squawk 2604.
You're in an Airbus vodka. How hard can this be? You have nothing to
Squawk
worry about.
2604, All Nippon 646 Super.
Now, which one is my volume? I'm going to have to turn it down. Squawk 6404 for Aldapon 357 Heavy. Come on, vodka. Get it right, buddy. Get it right. Controller's working hard for us, man. Shout out to Hong Kong Aveo, man. That's awesome. This is basically an Airbus too. I mean, I would understand if Vodka was in a 727, but he's in a 380. He's just sitting back there. He's got his tray table out. Come on, man. You're making us look bad. You're making us look bad, Team Vodka.
Hong Kong Center, A321, request direct for Charlie Hotel viewer.
I don't care if the audio is too loud for you guys. I have to understand what's going on here, so I'm gonna turn up my volume.
Assistant 61, turn left heading 2.
Vodka's busy playing solitaire.
Left turn 270 proceed.
Haha.
621.
As far as Asian accents go, Hong Kong is the most legible. I love it, man. I haven't had ATC, other than when we flew to Tokyo, we had Japan Aveo come on, which was cool. But the last time we flew in China was so long ago. It was in X-Plane 12, I think, and that's when the controller came on in X-Plane 12. I mean, that was years ago. It was 5 years ago. You should try Japanese controllers on HF in the middle of the day, 2,000 miles from shore. Yeah, oh my God, I can only imagine, dude.
41646 Hong Kong radar identifies turn left heading 100, expect IGS approach runway 13.
What's our
On
cost?
left 100, expecting the IGS approach 13.
Japan Air 357.
All upon 6464.
I'm going to get ready to go back into FMS speed here. That was back when I had a VATSIM account. True, AJ. That was very true. That was on VATSIM, yeah. VATSIM in Hong Kong. We flew to, where did we fly into? It wasn't Hong Kong. We flew up into northern China. You said it, Steven, not me. All right, what is, you guys have to remind me, in case this thing doesn't auto-tune when we're in a frantic frenzy down there, 111.9. I feel like I need to put that somewhere. Let's put it in this scratch pad. 111.9. And it's, so I don't have to open up another window. LLZ. I'm going to use that scratch pad for if I need a reminder. All right, we're coming up on Magog. I'll go into FMS speed at Magog, so we're all locked in here for a descent. Do airliners come with sticky notes in cockpit? They do, yeah. Elitas, I don't want to tune it now because I want to see it auto-tune. I'm pretty sure the normal way is to let it auto-tune. The worst controllers are the French. Good lord. Don't tell Gustavo. Oh, he's not. What is Gus? Gus is French. Yeah, he's French-ish. We don't know what Gus is. He's all the things. We can also, our spoilers, we're going to make sure we arm those this time. I forgot that. There's no light for the center pedestal here? Really?
Only 646, turn right, direct Charlie Hotel.
Oh, look, we got a footlight.
Flight level 220.
Ooh, a briefcase light.
Charlie Hotel down to flight level 220 on the pond 6464.
That's cozy. Let's go outside for a second. Ah, yes, the sound of 3 vacuums. Michael, I believe it is, yes. I didn't add anything special. In Microsoft 2024, I believe the data is in there locally in the sim. We could probably throw in the NDB, well, we already got, it's all on our FMS. We don't need to hard tune it. NDB, VORs, I don't need that on there. Been creeping from the back of the plane in the last 24 hours. I've done Alerf, Kennedy, Seattle, Vegas, Raleigh, Philly, and now Palm Spring to Vegas. Dude, Palm Spring is fire, man. I love that Palm Spring flight we did. We're gonna throw that in the milk run more. You were flying in France in the middle of the night. Everything had to be said at least twice. I'm pretty sure we read back a wrong fix and went direct. Oh, jeez. Z Francoise. You know what? I have remember back on the Euro Tour days of this channel on VATSIM flying in France and really having a hard time understanding the controllers there as well. So I see your real-world French experience, and I raise you X-Plane 12 VATSIM. Or actually, at the time, it was X-Plane 11. Gus, what do you think's going to happen to your Broncos this weekend, man? No Bo Nix? What's going to happen? No Bo picks, Gus. What happened to the RSW stream? What happened to the RSW stream? What's RSW? Fort Myers? What was that? Good job of smooth up there, being set at 8-1 and all. I mercy. I think there was a little bit of a clacker going off when we were watching our green dot video, but do we need to descend soon? No, there's Magog. Just past Alpha. I mean, this has got to be pretty exciting right here. You come across the pond and doing a super long haul and you start to see land. Did he give us direct to Charlie Hotel? No, he didn't give us direct Charlie Hotel. Don't you guys be trying to get me confused. He didn't give us direct Charlie Hotel. Did he really? Are you guys messing with me? I don't believe anybody. You did? I didn't hear anything. Is my radio off? Fatigue. I don't believe anybody. Plausible deniability. If you order the cockpit for the clacker, it's the relief crew's fault. Agreed. Grave danger emoji. Mickey G, did you end up getting the MD11? Did you end up getting this bird? Or are you still looking for that second peak? You gonna start calling spiritual wings Street Fight? Yeah, if I start calling spiritual wings on the mic, then you know we got problems. I'm task saturated. Saw Nick Foles put out a tweet reminding Denver fans the Patriots have a history of struggling playing against backup QBs. That's funny. Oh, you have it, just haven't flown the updated version yet? I got you, Nick G. Well, you're probably not missing out on much, to be honest with you. It looks way better. System's okay. Sounds are a huge miss for me personally. That's my biggest gripe with it now. My biggest gripe is the sounds. Couple things in the box are meh. But the sounds, if we had a really good immersive audio sound pack or Boris sound pack, I would fly this short haul all the time, all over the place. I just love the uniqueness. You should call them up and see. Pedestal, flood, and integral lights are lowermost knobs on the overhead. Yeah, but this one's tied to... I don't want that one. See, that one brightens up that. I don't want that one. Dim you back down. Just want to crack it. Oh, what about I turn that one up? There we go. Thank you, buddy. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. turn you off. This will leave the briefcase light on for a little bit of depth perception over there. Stidham ain't no Nick Foles. Pat's going to mop the floor with them. I don't know who to root for on this one, man. I can't stand... I mean, the Pats, I can't believe the Pats. I can't believe we're here. I can't believe we're here again with the New England Patriots starting a new dynasty with freaking Mike Vrabel. I can't believe we're here again.
61 turn left heading 180.
Dome light full on like the best people to fly with. Oh, no.
Flight level 240, expand vector to Charlie Charlie.
Who's that? Not me. That wasn't for me. I know.
Turn for 240, maintain flight level 240.
That's right. I'm racing this guy.
S61 turn left heading 180.
That wasn't me.
Left turn 180, Paris system 621.
Get it together, Zippy. Zippy sounds tired AF. What is it, like 4 o'clock in the morning for you, Zip? What are these lights down there? Are those windmills?
Japan
That's us.
375, we're ready to descend and maintain 8,000 feet, KNH 1026.
Alright, when ready to send and maintain 8,000, 1026, Japan Air 357 Heavy. Alright, 8,000 is set in the window. And when ready, so let's go FMS speed. Decrease range. And Prof to 8,000 is armed. Hold 220. We are cooking. We are professional MD11 drivers. Air system, great throwback, right? Yeah. All right, Alpha inbound. Starting down, just past Alpha. Pat's gonna clean up in Denver. We back? No. Get out of here. I think I'm gonna root for. I think I'm pulling for you, Gus. Yes, I think I'm gonna root for the Broncos. I'm not gonna see any of football this weekend because I'm gonna be locked in a training center that probably is gonna have no power, and they're probably gonna cancel my sims. But it's gonna be too late for me to go home, so I'm gonna be stuck. Nothing. Oh my gosh, Steven. I can't believe you just admitted that you're a Niners fan. What a terrible performance, terrible display. New pilot. No, I'm on the 7-3. If you would just put the curse on Denver. I know. Rams versus Seahawks. Oof. I think it could be a good game, but I think the Seahawks are the force. I think the Seahawks, as long as they play well, why aren't we going to 8,000? There's TOD. Why aren't we going down? Vertical alert. Prof to 8. Go. Go. Oh my gosh, now we're diving down. And now we're going to be overspeeding. Alright, there we go. Lock it in. We'll go full screen for now. Let me get flight recorder ready.
Air systems 21 turn right, direct Charlie.
Air systems is zippy, right? Yeah. That was Zoo Zip.
Turn direct Charlie Hotel and DB.
I did curse the Bears last week, Magnum, indeed. Alright, recording is ready but not active yet, so make sure you guys let me know. Alright, down we go. I need to figure out if we can slow this descent speed down. 310, huh?
Hong Kong Center, Lufthansa Cargo 2013, passing top of descent.
Lufthansa Cargo 2013, we're ready to descend and maintain flight level 8,000 feet. Caution, descend and maintain 8,000 feet, KNH 1026.
When ready, descending 8,000 feet, QNH 1026, Lufthansa Cargo 2013.
1026 is what? Chat, we only have... Why don't I have Q and H? QFE? Chat, 1026. Oh, hectopascals. There we go. 1026. Flight path vector, because I'm scared. The tiny little button that says HP.
21, descend to maintain 8,000 feet, QNH 1026.
And maintain 8,000 feet and 10.
No. 126. See how the pitch is so aggressive? That's not good. Alright, going through 18, let's get these on. Let's go ahead and those are on. Peace. Seatbelts landing sign coming on. Alright. Why do my window shades keep going down?
Tesla Cargo 2013, turn left heading 2430 for staging.
Oh, put 280 in the edit?
We can reduce speed.
Ah. Thank you, Tim. Might be too late for it now.
Tesla Cargo 2013, what is your speed now?
Currently passing 326, reducing
now it'll get-
305.
I'll probably get high on path.
Roger.
I was trying to keep the speed up for this guy, but shoot, 280 is getting close to slat extension. We don't want to hold, so we got to make sure we skip the hold. Oh, this is the missed approach hold. There we go. Why are we going to 250? Oh, it's programming 250 now in descent. I feel like the wing flexes needs some adjusting too. Alright, we're on speed, prof to 8,000. Next one is 10,250. CH. Actually, it's
Cargo
not CH, it's
2013,
8,000.
turn right heading 7
Right heading 270 Lufthansa Cargo 23.
So that's Kai Tak right there, isn't it? No, over there. Wait, I'm disoriented. No, we're coming up on. Yeah,
357,
that's us.
cancel 250 knots and sleep distribution up below 10,000 feet.
All right. High speed approved below 10,000 feet. Thanks for Japan Air 357. So he said we can cancel the speed, which tells me he probably wants us going faster than that. So let's pull speed. Let's give him. Let's go slat extension speed 280. Let's do that. We'll give him a little extra juice. I think he's trying to get guys in behind us. Thinks we're a bit high. It's very possible. CH is at 8. Well, let's pull it. Let's go idle clamp down to 8,000. Look at this pitch. We'll go down to like 8,000 feet a minute. Wow, I've never done this at night. This is sick. Yeah, that's Kai-Tak right there. No. Yeah? Yeah, because we're going to go out, around, come back around. Yeah. Outside air temp plus 15, so we don't need to worry about that. We're looking good. We're getting ready to go through 10,000 feet. We get the rest of the lights on. We'll ding the flight attendants. Yeah, this sound pack just seems airy.
Push 357 from Charlie Hotel, clear IGS approach runway 13.
Alright, from Charlie Hotel, cleared IGS runway 13 for Japan Air 357. Alright, we're coming up on 8,000 feet. Now let's dial the speed back. 250. Yeah, there's Hong Kong. Actual right there. Oh, look at all this. Chat. There's buildings and stuff. Turn off the MCP flood. It's hurting your eyes. Oh, this one? How about just a little bit? There you go. How about like that? Better? Alright, let's set 6. And prof to 6. Hold 8. Let me check my references actually. Yeah, 6 at the NDB. So we hit CH and we'll slide all the way down.
13, turn right heading 350 over ready descending in 8,000 feet.
Turn right 350 descending 8000, Lufthansa Cargo 2013.
For 6 descending in 8,000 feet, QNH1 simultaneous.
And maintain 8,000 feet, QNH 1026, almost on 646.
I know. Can you imagine, Michael? PMDG 74. We're coming up on the IP. We'll go ahead and reduce to 230 and then hit 6 and get the slats out. All right, 230. Slats are coming out. Charlie Hotel. Idle clamp down to 6. See, look at that pitch. That seems way too aggressive. Look at the. It looks like we're diving down.
Cargo 2213, turn left direct Charlie Hotel from Charlie Hotel, clear IGS approach runway 13.
Get direct Charlie Hotel, cleared IGS 13 approach, Lufthansa Cargo 2013.
Altitude.
1,000 to go. Hazy. Or thick air. Maybe it's humid. I don't know. No terrain on. It's definitely. I have terrain on.
You want to confirm your direct signal to Charlie NDB?
I have terrain on it, we're just not low enough yet. Do I need to introduce you to peak
We are
mode?
direct Charlie, and to be.
Alright, Sierra Lima 6,000. And let me put the RadNav page up here. Sierra Lima 268. So we're auto tuning. We're looking good. We can go down. We can prof down to 2,500 after we make the turn inbound. NDB inbound. I'm going to set 4,500 first. Alright, there's NDB. I'm going to see if she'll prof down a little bit here. And we may have to hold 6. Yep, down we go. In the turn. Do I start the recording now? No, make sure we start the recording.
Well, we're already maintain 3,000.
Oh, look at that. We're going right over Hong Kong.
3,000 feet per.
Oh, this is sick. Tim, we would definitely be seeing it on our modern birds. It's pretty limited on this particular aircraft. Range 10, terrain is on. I think we need to get, it has to get within, I don't remember, I'd be lying if I told you the figure. I know it's lower than what we're accustomed to. We gotta dial it back.
Altitude.
Alright, flaps 15. Was that 28? What did we just deploy? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't want to... It's aggressive. Alright, recording is on, so I don't have to think about it. What was it? 111.9 LLZ. .088 on the course. What's the course line? 088 checks.
Stabilizer motion.
Alright, we can prof down now. I'm actually going to vertical speed this. Oh no, it's in it. It's in it. 2,500 is set. I should have turned auto FPS off for this because I'm afraid it won't draw the buildings out as far as I want it to, but this airplane is so dang heavy. Actually, we could go... I want to go vertical speeds just so I can follow this here. A little bit low there, Chief. That's right, it'll look cooler for the replay.
2,500.
Japan 357, runway 13 over, the information available, Quadrant.
Runway 13, clear to land, Japan 357 David. Alright. What was our 156? This is Iveo, Orphan Cam. This is Iveo. we're going to take over in hand fly here soon anyway. We're about to lose it all. I'm going to hand fly the approach, Gus. Alright, what is it? 156. Let's arm the speed brake.
Cushion SS621 from Charlie, and leaving clear and leaving approach runway 13.
Autopilot.
Autopilot's off.
Charlie, NDB approach. Don't cutters.
Flight director's suspended. Gears coming down. 156. 28.
Cargo to 013, runway 13, over the information
Flaps 35.
Receiving aircraft MD11 5108.
We're going to do a magic barrel ref update.
Lufthansa Cargo 2014.
Stabilizer motion.
ATS off, my thrust levers. Felt like we were a bit low there. Oh yeah, I can see where I need that lighting mod for the checkerboard for sure. See the rabbits.
146, maintaining inclusion, maintaining 50,000 feet, pre-IGS approach runway 13.
Yeah, we're gonna go wider left. I got the approach lights in sight. We're gonna hang. We got a 12 knot wind pushing us to the right.
Minimum.
Chad, this is gonna be spicy. I'm scared. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a wee bit nervous. I'm a wee bit nervous. All right, we're hanging to the left. Nice wide turn here.
013, but very late landing clear.
Watch that speed. Start the turn.
500.
14 knot crosswinds. We gotta watch this here.
500.
Holy shite.
400. 300.
Sink rate.
200.
Sink
A
rate.
little wide. Sync rate check.
Sink rate.
We're looking good.
Sink rate.
A little overshoot. We got you. Crosswind gonna push us
Sink
right
rate.
back over.
Glide slow. Glide slow.
We're fine.
Glide slow.
100.
Glide slow.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh my gosh. Ah, the freaking lights are so bright. Oh my gosh. We just smashed the absolute heck out of that pavement. Reversers don't make any difference in sound because TFDi.
And 357 left on Alpha 11, Bravo, full short turn 1.
Alright, left turn Alpha, hold short, hold point for Japan 357 heavy.
To 13, runway 13, no and information available.
Oh my gosh, we smashed.
Distant 13, Lufthansa Cargo 2014.
Chat, I'm scared to look. I am scared to look. Here's my excuse.
357, welcome to Throttletek, taxi Bravo, Delta 3, any stand.
Alright, Bravo Delta to Andy Stand. Appreciate the ATC flights of Japan Air 357 Heavy. Here comes our next victim. So, my excuse is X-Plane is better because the lights are so bright on the center line. Let me turn these lights off so this guy doesn't land on us. The lights are so bright. You have no sense. You have no sense of depth perception. That was a textbook -700. God, Air Migs. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the support. Guys, the runway lights are too bright. I was blinded. I had no depth perception. Look at this guy smashing it too. Oh my goodness. I mean, things were going so well, and then I started getting stutters, man. I started getting stutters too. Did you notice that? That's freaking... This MD11 is just so heavy on the perf, dudes. I'm getting 37 frames right now with T-Log 100. 37 frames on the ground. This airplane is so heavy on the perf. Alright, what we got? 2 for 2. It was the stutters that did it. It was the stutters. Shit. Guys, I gotta cheat. I gotta look at Atlanta. Nobody look at the vertical stream. Oh my shit. Might be a record for the channel.
All three cleared on him.
It might be a record for the channel. Not try it on the rotate. Okay, we'll have to try it on the rotate. We'll do another Kitech approach on the rotate to compare.
Left onto Bravo, hold to the
There was no flare. Might be time for a retrain.
2014. Yeah.
I wanted to keep the recording going to the gate here. I guess I will, so I can park it. Pretty good long haul though. This was fun though. If you guys enjoyed this, please do hit the like button. MD11 videos, they tend not to, I don't know what it is, they tend not to take off. When the airplane is new and all, people watch them, but YouTube must not like MD11 very much. But this was fun. I'm glad we did this flight. Nice long haul. Been looking forward to it. It actually wasn't that long. I'm glad we stepped down to 22 because we'd still be flying. We'd have another 40 minutes to go if we stayed at altitude. All right, here comes this guy. Who's this on approach? So our Lufthansa guy made it in. This is Zippy coming in on Air Systems. Bill's Mafia, you buttered the 777 and the Kitech, not to brag. Yeah, you know who else buttered the Kitech 777? Josh Allen, because he wasn't playing in the divisional round. Zippy's gonna butter. He's in 2020. How can you not butter? That's a pretty good turn.
Confirm you have the Google Access establishment.
Hey, from we're on the glide for if we have it.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, he made that look easy. Zippy made that look easy. Zippy made that one look easy. Alright, if you were flying along, you got to post your landing rates in the chat. Fly to live. I think that was you in the MD11, wasn't it? What was your landing rate? Zippy? What's your landing rate? Good thing the toilet isn't full on that landing.
One left on Bravo, hold short Delta 3, gain of choice and welcome to Kitech.
Fly to live, you got a 149, a 169 for Zippy?
That's Bravo, hold short, Delta
Yeah, Zippy
3.
greased it. They both greased it.
Sir.
Yeah, I'd grease it too if I was flying a modern A300. You guys try flying this turd, flaps 50.
1-3 cleared land on the plane.
You cannot land this thing. You cannot land this thing smooth at flap 50. Alright, where do we park? We're going to park up here at the gate. I know, the MD11 came out after the A300. Yeah, I know. Let's park right over here so we can watch this 380 make the turn. This ought to be sick. Gosh, the sounds are terrible. I'm not just going to say it. I keep thinking I want them to sound different in my head because I like the airplane so much. The sounds are... The Pratt & Whitneys are terrible. All right, there he is. There's the 380. Captain Sim sounds better than this, Lone Star. Station Hong Kong going offline in 5 minutes. Thanks again for coming online tonight, Hong Kong.
Okay.
Wonderful stuff.
Thank you.
All right, let's watch. All right, let's stop here and say we're waiting for marshalers. I want to get the drone cam out there for this 380. We're waiting for marshalers. Remain seated. I gotta see this 380 try to make a turn into freaking Kai-Tak, guys. This ought to be something. I'll make sure my drone speed is up. This ought to be something. 380 is going to clip the buildings. Oh, where's Aaron? Was it Aaron that wanted to know about the default scenery? Look at that. Flight Sim 98. Oh, no, that was Andre. It was Andre that wanted to see if I was default. Sorry, Lufthansa. I left my tail out there for you. Let's sit on the building. We're plane spotting. That was your first sim? Same, dude. Oh, I gotta stop the recording. Shoot, let that go. I'm gonna save that right now. MD11 Kai-Tak. Saved. Oh, I forgot to put the control cam on for landing. Gosh, dang it. You guys didn't let me know? Dude, I was seriously... On that turn, I mean, I was moving this thing. It flies so nice. It just... You cannot get a good landing at flaps 50. Talking about bright lights. Elena Zane, we missed the Felis. Where is the Felis? We needed a Felis on this one tonight. That was an epic approach, though. Oh my gosh, look at this turd coming in here. Hopefully nobody has epilepsy. Look at him cheating to the right. Oh, he's hiring a van full of vodkas. Where are you going? Where are you going? He basically just hit that building. He's going to land on the edge lines. Wind pushed him big time. Oh, he's... He was about as far right as I was left. And he greased it. Well, congratulations. You floated halfway down the runway while you greased it. You're still off centerline after that whole float. My goodness. Unacceptable. He was definitely a butter. He definitely buttered it, but halfway down the runway, I could have done that too. Look at that. Flight Sim 98, baby. All right, actually, I like this camera right here. Let's put the camera right here again. I'm gonna freeze it. We'll leave you right there. All right, let's disengage from the network. Gentlemen, that was an honor. Got MD11, Zippy's on the ground, safe, here he comes, and Vodka's taxiing in. It'll be 45 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect now. Everything is default, Arlen. Yep.
All right, left in Bravo, Delta 3, gated choice, All Nippon 646 Super. Once again, thanks for your service today.
All right, I'm signing off. Definitely don't want to do replays on there. Slustavo. A Slustavo 380. You know what? It did kind of look like a Slustavo 380. If I agree with you there, buddy. Thanks, Biggs. Appreciate you. All right. Enough. Let's get to this. Oh, I'm gonna have to unhook the yoke, I think. Let's start from here. Let the city load in for a second on the approach. We'll get the flaps coming out. Gosh, the sounds. The sounds. I can't listen to it. Why are the sounds so not good? The GEs have to be better, right? Do we need to fly the GEs? Everybody buttered. Vodka, what was your landing rate? What was your landing rate, Vodka? What do you guys think mine was? I'm going to start a poll. Look at that wing down. Broke the meter. We recovered nicely. Hold on, I gotta disconnect the yoke. This is shaking like hell. Oof. Did we bounce? Bang on center line.
Up 200.
Yeah, see, I was just as far left as Vodka was right, but we got over the center line. I don't know why we were getting all those sync rates. I didn't think we were that far off. Here's the touchdown. Oh! We're going to brighten it up. We got to brighten it up a little bit. We got to brighten up the time of day. So we can see. Let's do a little bit of a blue hour approach here. We get a better view.
20.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
Ah, yeah, I really wanted that. Yeah, see, the checkerboard, I couldn't even... Oh my gosh, what did I just do?
500. 500. 400.
Why is that button even still down? I'm
300.
like... Look at that. Pretty good. I mean, come on. That's not bad. I just a hair overshoot. I was kind of hoping the wind would keep going. I think it kind of fizzled out. But we got it. Definitely appropriate. Let's see. In daytime view. Yeah, that was firm. All right, the votes are in. 38% say 736. You guys have no love. 540 or 542. This one on replay said 533. But the first one said 542 feet per minute.
Sync rate.
That might
Sync
be
rate.
a record for me, I think. Other than crashing when we crashed before. Let me see if I can't get a sick flyby here. Hold on, I gotta center you up right about there. This is gonna be a sweet flyby. Watch this. There's the wing flex I was looking for. Oh, I gotta turn our lights on.
400. 3.
Oh. The sounds are terrible, chat. Yeah, this is just stock camera systems, yeah.
50. 40. 30.
Definitely. I have more stutters with this airplane than I have my entire career in Microsoft Flight Sim. This airplane is heavy.
50.
Sync rate.
All right, one
Sync
more.
rate.
Let's do one more from the nose cam. Let's reassess how we did here. Nose cam, and then the sails coming on. So I like this setup. I was trying to split the difference between the checkerboard and the approach lights. I wouldn't have changed any of this. I think this all looked good. I think I should have started cranking the bank in a little more right here. I'm a little too shallow right now. A little more bank right now to try to get right inside of this. I was a little too shallow. And then once you're shallow on this puppy, I mean, you can't. We're cooked. We're just gonna extend. We're gonna go. We only have 6 knots. Look at that bank angle. Just a little bit of overshoot. So almost a good approach. I'd call that one standard. But Gus, we're gonna have to do a Kitech in X-Plane 12. We're gonna have to with Mango sounds. I'd rather be deaf. I'd rather be deaf than hear these sounds. Oh, Jesus. All right, I'm done. I'm done. Let's get sail on so AJ doesn't have to listen to it. I'm going to sign off. It's been a long night. It's been a fun night. I hope y'all enjoyed this flight. I sure did. I know the sounds aren't going to be awesome on this replay, but I'll give you one full replay all the way in over Hong Kong City right now over the Hong Kong airport on our approach into Kitech. You guys, awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Good conversation. Little Green Dot. Shout out to Green Dot as well. Hope you guys enjoyed the flight. Next one probably won't be for a while, y'all. I'm going back to training. I'll be back in the sim. My next day's off. I got to be jumpsuiting around the country because we don't know how to jumpsuit apparently. And I don't know. Next time you see me, I might be fully tight. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But enjoy the replay. Have a wonderful night. Stay safe this weekend if you guys are in the teeth of this ice storm that's blowing through half the country. So stay safe, stay healthy, stay home at Flight Sim. I'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you all for flying along. All the guys that flew along with me tonight, that made it real fun. That was a nice little Congo line. We had 3, 4, 5 airplanes on there at one point. So you guys are awesome. I'll see you on the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'm V1. See ya.